announcements. First off, if you haven't signed in, please sign in. The sign-up sheet is right there. Secondly, if you haven't gotten, we made 15 copies of the clean version and 15 copies of the red line version. If you'd like them, they're up here. If we need to make more, please, we will run over to the machine and make some more. I thought maybe what I would do would be to just give a little bit of an introduction about how we want to run the meeting. Please sign in when you come in. Please sign in when you come in.
Sign in.
So what I thought we would do this time is we're going to take each of the sections of the ordinance and have any discussion we have from the audience members, and we're going to limit that discussion. I'm going to ask people to limit their comments to a minute, and then if you don't have any comments on a section, that's great, but we're having your comments to focus on the section. And then we're going to turn it over to the counselors for their discussion. And then if there's no discussion, we'll just vote on each section. My guess is that the counselors have some opinions about this too, and we want to hear from them. But we're going to do this so that we hear from the audience for a short period of time. Again, please, no more than a minute. And then have the discussion amongst the colleagues, against the counselors. Counselors then make a decision on a section, then we move to the next section. I'm hoping that will work. We have had 3 people send us comments by email, and I think all the counselors have them already, and we'll refer to those. I just wanted, I'm making one exception to this approach. There is one individual who contacted me late in the day about having a minute or two to say a few words about a process that might help us. So I'm going to allow Carly to do that. Otherwise, we're going to stick to that approach of 1 minute in each topic. I mean, each section, you can speak for a minute if you have a comment on the section, and then open to the internal discussion, I mean, this discussion amongst counselors, and then move on to the next. I want to also just mention that Counselor, as we left the last meeting, Counselors Donato and I were tasked with the responsibility of drafting a ordinance or redrafting the ordinance. We, I think, did a pretty good job of that, trying to take into consideration everybody's comments. We took information from other communities, took information from Belmont, we took information from Newton. We tried to listen carefully to some of the comments that were made in the last number of meetings that we've had on this ordinance. And then we met, he and I met and reviewed our own contributions and came to some agreement on it. And then we sent it to the town lawyer, the town attorney, excuse me. And he made very small, minor suggestions or changes on it, and then it came back to you. What you have here is the work that Councilor Donato and I did, already reviewed by the attorney. It comes in 2 forms. One is the redlined version from the very original ordinance of 1983, and then the final clean copy, if it's easier for you to read that. So that's what we have. I'm going to now that Councilor Feltner's here, just have each of the councilors just introduce themselves and say what committee they're from, starting with Councilor Kenny.
Councilor Kenny Woodland, on Rules and Ordinances, the Vice Chair.
Kenny, could you take your hand away from your face since it's hard to hear you? Please.
Thanks.
Councilor Caroline Bays, Vice Chair of Human Services Committee.
I'm Councilor Anthony Palumba, Tony Palumba, and I'm the Chair of the Human Services Committee.
Anthony Donato, and I am the Chair of Rules and Ordinances.
Susan Falcoff, Human Services Secretary.
Good evening, Lisa Feltner, and I'm on Rules and Ordinances. And thank you, Ann, for taking minutes tonight.
Oh, yes, and let's introduce Ann Cordy, who's going to be our minute taker today. We appreciate you doing this for us, so focused, so that so the committee members can focus. So that's how we're going to run it. I want to ask Carol Lee if she wants to have the few minutes, the minute or two that you wanted to speak before we get into the content of the ordinance.
Thank you. Does this work? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Not really? No. How about if I speak like this? No. Oh. Aha. Okay. Thank you, Elodia. Thank you for giving me these few minutes. Counselors, I applaud the effort many of you have put into trying to move this community forward by honoring the health and well-being of each member of the community, and by extension, the planet. I have attempted to bring some of the community together. However, my full-time job and family commitments have made it close to impossible, giving me an even greater respect of the pressures you are each under. The audience here sorely misrepresents the number of residents deeply bothered by the ever-growing noise in this town. Family obligations and lack of information keeps them from attending these meetings. Many feel powerless and roll over into complacency, voicing helplessness. This creates a void of necessary information for you to make important decisions. Given my newly acquired greater understanding of the position that you are in, being on the receiving end of abundant complaints, potentially creating a sense of overwhelm, I would like to instead offer you a suggestion. It is my perspective that your time and energy is being exhausted through this old school approach, and ultimately creating many stalls in any advancements of this important community health issue. If each representative created an online survey, for example, SurveyMonkey, for each of your areas, you would have a true understanding of your constituents' desires. As well, giving them a voice, thus embracing your role as their representative. This survey can inform the communities of the dangers and health risks of noise, inform them what needs to be addressed, and presented options like Newton's new laws, and then ask them what they would like accomplished. This is an efficient and effective way to gather information to make the right decision. These meetings are exhausting and seem to go forward 2 steps and back 1. Using surveys with your area will literally change Watertown through a collective decision and in a far more efficient manner. Finally, I would like to address my observations and experience at the last meeting with regard to Mr. Woodland. Sir.
Excuse me. There's no comments about individual counselors. You have something to say about a counselor, you should speak to him privately and not in public.
Okay, however, the behavior was addressed publicly.
It's not appropriate. So if you have anything else to say about the suggestion of besides the use of a survey.
Okay, I would like to say one thing then.
Sure.
By entangling the rules of law, as is done in these meetings, there is misrepresentation of the spirit of their original intent, and by extension, disregard with what you have been tasked. I respectfully thank each of you for hearing my observations, suggestions, and concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so just for Councilor Feltner's suggestion is to say what we're going to do is take each section one at a time, ask if the audience has any comments on a section, and ask people to limit their comments to 1 minute. And then we'll bring it back to this committee to talk about it. And then if we need to, I don't think we need, some things we'll just consensus to move forward, other things we may need to vote. As I said, I want to give, well, I didn't say this, I want to give Councilor Donato, who has played a key role in rewriting this, and again, working with me, and it was a pleasure to work with him. if he has any general opening comments, then you may want to put your mic.
I think I'm just happy to see a lot of people here and just interested to see people's comment. I think our time is better spent on that than on me opining, so thank you.
Okay. So, thank you all for coming, and let's begin. The first part of the ordinance is the declaration of findings and policies. This is completely new. It was not in the original ordinance. We took this from another community. It was edited with the help of the town attorney. So if there are any comments on that section, please, now's the time to share them.
I'm sorry. Is this the introduction before the number?
Yes.
It's called 95.01, called Declaration of Finding and Policy.
Why don't you get a
Just the
clean,
very first.
No,
That's a clean copy.
I mean, it doesn't have the lines, it's already.
That's the changes made to the old.
You all right, Steve?
Copy.
Okay. Any comments on this section? Please limit your comments to 1 minute.
I'll limit it to 10 seconds. I just want to say the intent to address excessive sound that may jeopardize public health and safety and protect the quality of life in Watertown. Yay. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Again, this was written with the understanding that many people have raised that concern about health and wellness. Okay, so just to the committee, if there's any comments, Councilor Woodland.
So just, I don't particularly care about any of the content because it's just a kind of irrelevant section. But we didn't ask for this to be included. Just moving forward, if we're going to have additional drafts, we should probably just stick to the pieces that the committee recommended we review.
Okay, are there any other comments on this? Councilor?
Well, I guess I'd say I'm fine with calling it excessive noise. Nobody wants excessive noise. I don't know that this will define excessive noise. We were saying we wanted to reduce noise pollution, so I'm just equating that, I guess, with this terminology, and I appreciate what's been added here.
So is there a consensus among the committee that we can keep this as is in the ordinance?
Yeah.
Thank you.
yes.
So let's move to definitions. The major inclusion in the definitions, I think we've run out of copies, huh? Thank you. Oh, I apologize, too. I didn't introduce my colleagues here. Counselor, also joining us today, we're Vice President of the Town Council and District C Councilor, Councilor Vincent Petrelli is with us, and Council President, who is now nice enough to go make more copies, Councilor Mark Sedaris, Town Council President, is with us. And from the administration, we have with us the Assistant Town Manager and the Director of Community Development and Planning, Steve Magoon. Thank you. So the major addition to this section was something called a sound level meter, which, if you have the clean copy, it's the final addition. So if there's any discussion of, anybody have any questions or discussion about the definitions, please join. Counselor?
Thank you, Tony. So on page 2, under noise pollution, the second sentence, it says, if the noise level is judged by ear to have a tonal sound, an increase of 3 dB above background noise is sufficient to cause noise pollution. In the previous ordinance, in the current ordinance, that says 5 dB. And I'm just wondering how that got changed from 5 to 3, and what sort of, what process of evaluation you used for going from 5 to 3, and what activities that are now legal at that 5 dB level are now going to become illegal if we were to change the ordinance to 3. I think this is a very important point, because this goes to the heart of the matter of defining what noise is. And I think we need to really understand what new activities we're going to be making legal by changing that from 5 to 3.
If I may, I think we changed it from 5 to 3 to be consistent with the state law.
Exactly. I was
Yeah.
just looking through it. That's why we changed it to be consistent with the state law.
Yeah. Does anyone remember which state law? It's one of the state laws that's referenced in there.
Vinny must know.
I think it's the 310 CMR.
Memorize the list.
Oh, it's the 91.
Department of Environmental Affairs.
You got it? You want to take it? Thanks.
To-
I don't know if this is an appropriate question for this section, but I'm wondering why it's useful in terms of, in reference to this document, to define sound using 2 different kinds of units, dB and dBA. It seems like it's total confusion.
I guess before we address Libby's question, to Councilor Picciarelli's query, there's a February 1, 1990 Division of Air Quality Control policy, which says a source of sound will be considered to be violating the department's noise regulation 310 CMR 7.10 if the source, 1, increases the broadband sound level by more than 10 decibels above ambient, or 2, produces a pure tone condition when any octave band center frequency sound pressure level exceeds the 2 adjacent center frequency sound pressure levels by 3 decibels or more. So the change to our ordinance was to be consistent with a policy that was issued by the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs.
Policy or law?
Policy,
Okay,
which
on
is,
this issue, people are speaking directly to this issue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I just have a question. It says that we are going to measure sound by a sound level meter, and I'm just wondering, do we own one? The
Well,
last
we
time
will
we
come
had a
to
meter, I
that
don't
question
think we
at a
did own
different time. We will address that. Yes. Right now, we're talking about the definitions, and you have a question.
Hi, Sue Ellen Hirschman, Chairman. Thanks. My question is just about the tonal sound definition, that I'm not sure where that definition comes from, but the pure tone, whine, hum, or buzz doesn't seem to cover some of the really obnoxious sounds like percussive sounds that are banging and hammering, and so I'm just wondering why it's restricted to tonal sound and what exactly that means or doesn't mean, or how does one address the non-tonal sounds, like really loud hammering and percussion sounds?
so I think that's why there's the 2 different levels for noise pollution. It's for the items that fall within the definition of tonal sound is the 3 decibels above background threshold. And for something that doesn't fall within that specific definition, it reverts back to the 10 decibels. So I think it's I guess it's a catch-all to one category is the tonal sound, and then everything else falls into category 2.
Yes, Counselor?
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. So just to follow up, so the 3 dB we pulled out of the DEP regulations, but then the definition you gave of tonal sound in the DEP regulation is actually different than what you have written here in the next paragraph below that. So I'm just wondering, because what's written here is it's just very subjective, judged by the listener. What you read from the DEP regulation was very specific, and I'm wondering if the committee would want to consider changing the definition of tonal sound in the proposed ordinance to what the language you actually read from the DEP regulation. I think that would probably be more helpful than leaving it subjective.
I think part of our suggestion was to try to keep this as simple and understandable to people as possible, but I think that's fine. If there's any other comments, then we'll take this into consideration.
It can't be by the listener, Tony, because we know there was an issue with one of the churches in town that had vibration going to a local apartment building. So it's not in the judgment. This is a very difficult sound to quantify, so I think it's important to get the specifics in here. And I don't know who is going to enforce the law on this issue, but it needs to be specific.
The tonal sound.
Could Anthony read it again?
I can.
Please.
So it's kind of a complex definition, but produces a pure tone condition when any octave band, center frequency, sound pressure level exceeds the two adjacent center frequency sound pressure levels by 3 decibels or more.
Okay, thank you. So, are there any other comments? Yes. We're still on definitions here, right?
I don't know if this applies because what I'm looking for doesn't seem to be in here. I know you're trying to keep it simple, but when I read Somerville's, even though it's long, it's very, very simple and clear. And there's nothing in here, for instance, that addresses the duration of noise. And also they have a lot of stuff about noise disturbances prohibited. For instance.
But that's later on. We'll get to that.
You don't have that.
But we don't need this, there's no definition. Do you have a definition that we should be including here? Is there something from Somerville you feel that should be included in the definitions?
Yeah, most of it.
That's not.
For instance, Tony, if my neighbor has a barking dog and the dog is barking, how does your draft?
We're not looking at the draft as a whole. We're talking
Yeah, but
right now.
I want to know how I can use this to.
Well, we'll get to that. But I'm asking if there's any questions, further discussions on the definitions.
Anne-Marie Clunan, Winthrop Street in Watertown. I'm here to echo some of what my neighbors and fellow Watertown residents. The definition for whether you're somebody that is upset about the noise or trying to have someone else judge the noise, if you're using, your own ear to judge that, I can tell you my husband has partial deafness and he doesn't hear anywhere near what I hear in my ears. And so there's no way to measure whose ear you're judging it on. So I find this definition very vague.
The tonal sound definition.
Tone, anything related to hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Tone, anything with the ear that is judged, it can't be measured from one person to the next.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's no other questions, then I think.
On this definition, which says a noise source increases noise levels 10 dB or more above the background noise level, that is at the property line of the nearest abutter, and that is missing from this definition as well.
We have that later.
It's not in this definition that I'm looking at right now, and we're focused on definitions.
But it isn't a prohibition.
I'm just saying, Tony just told us to focus on definitions, so I'm focusing on definitions.
So you're suggesting on the noise pollution, there's a phrase that's missing?
Yes.
Which is?
Yes, it's measured, you set a level, and anything above 10 decibels above that is measured. It's measured at the nearest property line, noise pollution.
Okay.
So it's kind of critical, and I can read the whole law if you want me to, but it's in there.
Well, I understand your point, but it falls within the paragraph about measurement of noise, so where we're measuring the noise from. I guess I don't understand if it's already in the ordinance where it relates specifically to the measurement of noise, why it also needs to be in the definition.
To be clear, we're defined, you start out with a definition, so the definition should be specific, in my mind.
Okay.
This is not specific.
Okay, so there's been two suggestions from the group, one from Councilor Petrelli, who suggests that we amend the tonal sound to be the same that appears in the regulation, and the other one was a suggestion that we add a phrase measured at the nearest property line in the definition of noise pollution. So can I now refer back to the committee, see if there's any discussions, if you feel either one of those or additional comments. Councilor Falkoff.
Thank you. I like the idea of adding measured at the nearest property line, so I support that. I wonder if there's anybody in the room that has the expertise to tell me what Anthony's definition means in plain language.
Yes, sir.
So the definition you're referring to is about
The octaves and the...
octaves. Yeah, so,
Go to the microphone.
Sure. Hope I can, but, also
Please.
I can answer what the difference between DB and DBA is. It should all be in DBA.
Could you please identify yourself for the record?
My name's Alexander Chulak, and I'm on Westminster Ave.
Thank you.
And I'm an engineer who deals a lot with acoustics.
Just what we need.
But I don't know if I can always explain it correctly, but if you look at noise emitted, typically the human ear can hear 0 to, let's say, 2,000 hertz, a high frequency to low. And if you chop up that range of frequency into bands, that's what they're referring to. So, in a really fine sense, you could look at every 1 hertz, or you can increase those bandwidths. And in the 1/8 octave, I think you chop it up. I forgot the width, but I believe it's around 10 hertz, something around that. So if a tone, and a pure tone is just 1 hertz, it's just one frequency, but you rarely have pure tones like a bell. Usually tones are spread over a little wider, usually maybe 10 hertz, about one of those bands. So if I whistle, and that's going to cause the frequency of that particular tone to jump above the neighboring bands, but
But it doesn't stay the same.
But it doesn't. That particular frequency of the whistle will be louder compared to the frequencies around it, and the fact that they're just mentioning bands is just a simplification. So it's a way to not have so many discrete steps. It's just it's in a way to get from analog to digital noise in a more discrete way. It's just grouping.
Well, what I think you said is, I thought the hertz measurement is really interesting. I never heard of that. But when you talk, your voice goes up and down. And if it's a pure tone, there's no movement. And that's harder for the ear to hear. Is that what you're saying?
No, the pure tone is very annoying, and it's actually quite easy to pick out a pure tone.
It's more annoying it's more stressful.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I meant, rather than difficult.
Yeah, and the A refers to a weighting, so the human ear actually is more sensitive to some frequencies and less sensitive to others. So when you're talking about a dBA as opposed to dB, it's essentially just taking that noise source and interpreting it to a human. So a human really is most sensitive between 1 and 2,000 hertz. There's like a range, a sweet spot for human hearing. And A weighting just makes noises in that human sweet spot to be more important, more weighted. It adds weight to what you can hear, and really, really high frequency stuff that dogs can hear but humans can't, that gets less importance in this A scale.
Okay,
if that makes
thank you.
sense.
Okay, so folks,
I'm not done. I have more questions if you want to.
no, go ahead.
Okay.
That's what we're here for.
I have another one, I don't know if you want to follow up on that. But a third comment I'd like to make is that on sound level meters, there may be someone who has more expertise than I do about this, but I've recently learned that there's very simple apps that you can get on your phone that any police officer, for example, could have on their phone. And what we've been talking about up until now has been expensive and rare and hard to manage equipment that not every police officer is going to have. And so I feel like there is a good solution that's not included in this definition.
What definition might that be?
Well, sound level meter.
We have a sound level meter
I know, and
definition.
I'm saying that it seems to leave out what I believe might be the simplest.
Go ahead, Counselor.
I think I remember the answer to this question from discussion earlier on one of the other meters. So if it's just a decibel level and not a tonal sound, then those apps work. It's when you get into these weird tonal sounds that they don't. And that's where you need the really expensive equipment to figure out, he's nodding, so I think I'm on the right track. That's where you need that expensive equipment to decide what.
Well, and that, if I may, that's fine, but we're defining sound level meter as only that expensive equipment. And so it sounds like for many of the things that we would want to be measuring, there's a much simpler kind of technology that can do the job.
May I suggest, since the definitions in any of these ordinances refer to things that we talk about in the ordinance, that if and when we come to the need to have a new definition based on what's in the ordinance, then we can add it. But at this point, and if we do think we want to use, have an apt used in the measurement of sound, then when we do decide that, then we can decide to put a new definition in.
So we're not talking about the definitions now. Okay.
We're talking about definitions that refer to content in the ordinance. And there is nothing in the ordinance that refers to the apt.
Well-
If, when we get to that point, that we feel like we should add something on the apt, then we should add a new definition.
Well, can I just say one more thing? It could be that those apps are instruments, meaning the American National Standard Institute Standard S 1.4, 1983 for type 1 or 2 sound level meters. I don't know.
But right, or an instrument and associated recording analysis equipment which will provide equivalent data. We don't know.
Right.
Yes?
May I make a suggestion, Tony? I think this sound level meter belongs in the enforcement section, and I think that would also speak to what Susan is talking about. I have 3 meters on my phone. I know they're used by police departments and other areas to assess noise. The tonal is a tougher thing to assess, and I think that's what this is referring to, but I don't think that this sound level meter in red belongs here. It belongs in the enforcement section of how it will be measured.
We need to define, if we put in the enforcement section a sound level meter, we need to define it. So that's what this is doing, is defining it. So, and if when we get to that section, it references this, then we have a definition for it.
I understand. I'm trying to be really respectful, but I looked at my records today, and I've been at this sound thing since 2015. I've done research for this committee, both committees. I've sent this to you, and I can't believe that we're still going over the same stuff again and again. I realize that you're hard-pressed to deal with this, but if we can't get this done, let's simply hire a consultant and do it. We're spending over $15 million on schools. We need to spend a little money about the quality of life for
Okay,
residents in
that's enough.
Watertown.
That's
I'm a
enough.
little bit tired of it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
With respect.
All right. So right now, yes, Councilor Felton?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to weigh in on the approach of looking at definitions. to kind of what Counselor Falcoff was saying, it's fine with me if you want to proceed that way. It's difficult when I feel like there are things missing from the definitions, such as vibration. It's hard to understand tonal sounds because, to Marcia Ciro's point, it's not as detailed as Somerville's. I don't think it needs to be as detailed as Somerville's, but Somerville does have more specificity. Instead of just saying pure tone, they call out musical instruments or vibration. So that is getting to, just speaking to some of the confusion here, I think, of I agree, if it's not in the ordinance, then how can it be in the definition? But you want all the terms in the ordinance to be in the definition, and we're starting with definitions that aren't included. So if you just want to clarify again how we'll proceed, because I'm going to try to keep track to circle back.
The way to proceed, that as we go through the ordinance, if there's a decision that we need to include a term in the ordinance, then we need to refer back to the definition of that term. So unless I think as we get deeper into the ordinance, if you feel like there's something that's missing in the ordinance, then you need to add it, and then if that requires a definition, then obviously we need to include it.
That's fine. I'm just saying that some of these definitions are going to affect the wording of some of this paragraph, whether it's duration or standards or noise zones, so.
I just want to say that there
But
are
I
no
appreciate you-
questions on these definitions from the last 3 meetings we had. This was the only addition that we had. No one had any problem with the definitions before. So I'm going to make
Sound like me.
suggestion here to the committee that we change the tonal sound definition per Counselor Donato's recommendation.
Well, Councilor Picciarelli.
Counselor Picciarelli.
Credit where credit is due.
Yeah, thank you. Does everybody agree with that?
I think that's fine.
I think the wording you can use is just to reference the definition that's incorporated in the regulation. So you don't have to, or you can copy the language.
I
either
think
way
I'll
is sufficient.
copy it just so it's
Either way is sufficient,
there.
yeah.
And the second request, the second suggestion is under noise pollution, that we add the phrase measured at the nearest property line.
Sorry.
Yes,
Just to comment on that, with all due respect, that's taken up in section 95.04, as Councilor Donato mentioned. It doesn't need to be here to be enforced in that same way. So I don't think we need to, just, it's already here.
Does it affect the definition of noise pollution?
No.
No. I see what you're saying. Okay, because it's actually an implementation, okay.
Yeah.
Do other council?
Title is exterior noise codes, and do give those two definitions. We push everything around in this ordinance, and it becomes a mess every meeting we go to.
I'm going to say that we looked at this ordinance together. We took parts of other communities and we put it into what we thought was the best. We go through this. If you feel like there's sections of it that you don't agree with, we will try to amend them as we go through it. So I want from the councilors whether you want to add this measured at the nearest property line in the noise pollution.
No.
There's no.
I don't care.
Councilors?
Could I just ask a clarifying question? Do you want it in both sections or move it from where it is to definitions?
Why not have it right in front, and if you want to refer to it later on, but it's the nearest property line or inhabited residence. That's the law.
Okay.
Well, okay, so I have a question. Is there any harm in including it?
No. So all those who would like to include it, please indicate with all those who would like to include this addition to the noise, definition of noise pollution, the phrase measured at the nearest property line, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes, sure.
All those who would not,
I guess if I could just have,
So, because that's not how we define measuring it in that subsection D. So we're saying if we use that phrase at the nearest property line, then we're excluding the other ways that you can measure under .04D. So we decrease the amount that it can be measured by using that definition. So you make it more lenient by including it there.
I see what you're saying.
Again, which I don't care about, but, I mean, it seems that you'd be doing yourself a disservice by putting that language in that spot.
okay, so let's hold on this, okay?
That's a good.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny.
Okay, say,
So where are we?
there's the next section on measurement, which includes all these things, including things that are not covered by nearest property law.
Correct.
All right, so we're going to move on. Thank you.
Okay, so we're leaving that as a question.
We're using that as a question, and we're changing tonal sound,
Okay, and we're leaving sound level meter?
as is.
Sorry, Tony, just if I could do one thing. Just whenever we finalize whatever draft we're doing, I don't know how it's going to be done, but it's going to be really hard, I think, for you guys to come up with just, when we present the sections to the full council, we just need to do the evolution of it. So each change should probably be like accompanied by the meeting and the date in which that change was enacted. So just, I don't know how that's going to be done, but I just want to note as we move forward that, just because obviously the definition section has a lot of changes that we voted on in prior meetings. So if like someone is just tuning into this meeting, they might think that the parts that aren't redlined are the original ordinance, and a lot of them have already been changed. So just noting that for process.
Well, I just,
Counselor?
in my defense, I'm late to this party, and if I missed a lot of fine points at earlier meetings that I'm now getting on top of, I feel like I don't like that this, I mean, if you don't want my comments, I won't make any comments, but I feel like there may be things that I didn't pick up before that are important, and I would like to be free to make those comments.
That's fine. Of course. All right, so we're moving on to the next section, which is the prohibition of noise pollution.
So I sent you a comment, and I wasn't sure.
You want to come to the, oh, I'm sorry.
Can you take out?
Please.
Maybe if
Or
somebody can
just
hand
use
the
this,
microphone.
Just
hand the
hand him the
mic to,
Yeah, that's okay.
Here, take mine.
It just takes me a bit to get up. Especially since my first question is, I had a comment I sent to you that I wasn't sure whether it belonged in 9503 or 9506. So shall I bring it up now or wait till 95?
well, once you're up there now, let's not
That's
have you go back.
fine.
If I could make a comment to answer your question, I thought your first comment belongs here, and your second one I would add later.
Yes, the second one is later. So the first one is simply, I would suggest adding 95.03C that says, no person or organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the Department of Recreation. And the reason I'm suggesting this is, basically, previous discussions have shown doing this in terms of decibels is just really complicated. So you're down to the police and in things under disturbing the peace, which I think are very difficult to judge. And frankly, I think it would be just better to have a clear prohibition against people imposing their music on other park users or abutters. And leave it at that.
All right.
That's all.
All right, we're going to have the committee refer to, discuss that. Is there any other question, any other comments? Yes?
I'm just wondering, it seems like there might be like an excessive use of legalese. Can somebody please explain to me or define for me the word suffer?
The word what?
Okay, so shall willfully, neglectfully, or through failure to provide necessary equipment, service, or maintenance, or to take necessary precautions, cause, suffer, allow, or permit unnecessary emissions. I really, that's obscure to me, and I don't think we should be including obscure language.
Okay, we could consider that. Any other comments? Yep.
I was asking before about listing the kinds of disturbances there can be, and you said that was later, and I'm not sure. In Somerville's, there's a section called noise disturbances, and they list very detailed information about a lot of different things that are very easy for anyone reading this to kind of latch on to: air conditioners, animals and birds, construction, domestic power tools, alarms, stationary non-emergency signaling devices, engine exhausts, explosive firearms, defective vehicle or load, horns and other signaling devices, loudspeakers and public address systems, radios, television sets, musical instruments, and similar devices, shouting, street sales, vehicle repairs, vibration. Is this what these two little tiny paragraphs are supposed to represent?
This is to represent what should be prohibited. These are considered noise pollution, and this should be prohibited, yes.
Is there anywhere in here, well, that's what this is, noise disturbance is prohibitive, so there's nowhere you define or mention or list any kinds of noise disturbances in here?
Well, in the second paragraph, we do. Unattended sound of burglar alarms, construction and demolition equipment, which characteristically emit sound which may be fitted or accompanied with equipment such as enclosures to suppress sound.
Tony, don't you think that that's pretty meager compared to what you could do to make it clearer and make it easier for people to understand what the kinds of noises that are prohibited, and there's a lot of detail about each one of those noises. It just seems like they've done a really good job defining this, writing it, making it really clear what kind of noises we're talking about, instead of just this stuff, which to me doesn't make any sense.
I think the difference only may be that all noise that falls into the prohibited category is prohibited.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It would be all noise that falls into that prohibited category would be not allowed. So it doesn't matter what causes the noise. So we could,
I thought you
list
wanted to
them.
be clear, though.
It's just
This isn't
everything.
clear.
It's just everything that violates that provision. Anything that goes above the, let's say you,
Okay, so then you mentioned my neighbor's got a dog barking.
that's
How
correct.
do I use this?
You would say if the duration, which is highlighted in the
But there's
definition
nothing in here
section,
about duration.
it's in the first paragraph of the
Where?
definition section. It's a noise that lasts more than 5 minutes in duration. And so you'd say this noise being measured from the property line exceeds the allowable residential dBA for this time of day, which we'll get to in a minute. So if it exceeds that, then you'd call one of the enforcing authorities, they'd come out and they'd check it.
Can you tell me where it says that?
Sure. So if you're looking at the first page.
Oh, I see it, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So looking at the first page, definitions, the third line down, 5 minutes.
Okay, but this is all about how it's measured.
I don't
So
see
if you're using this for the dog next door, that's what you do. If it's a noise, no, you'd call the enforcing authority who would have the ability to use the machine that's highlighted in this ordinance to measure that sound and see if it violates the ordinance.
And
So
by
it's for
that time,
all,
the
it's for
dog's
all
gone,
noise.
so-
If it's for not more than 5 minutes. So it's 5 minutes is what we use for the duration of this.
So I can expect the enforcer to come within 5 minutes of my call.
But the
Come on,
question-
guys.
But I don't understand the value of adding all the different noise disturbances.
It's clear. It's
It's
clear.
clear to me, there's nothing, every one of those, we haven't covered all the possible noises, right?
But
Can
they've
I
covered
comment
quite a
on
bit,
that?
And there are a lot of things that really.
Yes, Counselor, you can.
I just think it's so clear to read this ordinance, and it's not clear to read.
Okay.
I also looked at the Somerville ordinance and thought it was, I don't think there's anything in 9116 that doesn't make sense to me, and I wonder how it was that the two Tonys didn't use that language, the two Anthonys.
Well, I think we were trying not to make the ordinance more complicated. We could have listed.
Seems it makes it simpler by defining things.
I'm answering your question,
Okay.
okay? So I'm
Okay.
saying that we looked at all the different ordinances, and Counselor Donato can speak for himself, and we sort of put what we thought would make it easy to enforce and easy to understand ordinance. Now, I have no problem with people want to look back at the Somerville ordinance and add noise disturbances. That's fine.
Okay.
So, is there any other comments on this section? Yes.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Tony. This is, on February 23rd, 2019, I put a ton of information together for this committee, 2 committees, about these different issues. And it keeps going over everybody's head. The clearer the language is, the simpler enforcement is, the more we have respect among community people of understanding what aggravates people. And I really, ambient or background noise level in what you're writing, the noise measured in the absence of the noise under the investigation, it shall be calculated using the average lowest sound pressure level measured over a period of not less than 5 minutes using a sound pressure level meter set for slow response on the A weighting filter in a specific area of town under investigation. What the hell does that mean? When you read Somerville's ordinance, it's very clear of the simple aggravations that drive people crazy. Air conditioners, animals, construction, power tools, alarms. It's clean, it's simple. We all know what we're talking about. It's everyday language.
Excuse me.
Also only prohibit over a certain decibel? They certainly don't prohibit air conditioners.
They have decibel levels. You have to, I've sent this to everyone. Nobody is reading. I can't believe this.
Please,
I hope will clarify and be helpful.
go ahead.
It's my understanding, and I may be wrong. Can you all hear me?
But the audio,
Just the
TV.
public needs
We're
to hear you. That's the
recording.
reason why we use the mic, because they don't pick it up on the sound system.
Over the course of these hearings, one of the things that I think I came to understand was that the whole business about decibels was really aimed at certain predictable, recurring, long-term sounds where you could call up enforcement and somebody would come and measure it. That a lot of other things are dealt with basically under disturbing the peace, which I think is a whole separate issue. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But so it has seemed to me that a lot of the detail that you can get into, I mean, this is partly why I was so strong to just have a flat prohibition in parks. But I think this might help in terms of avoiding the things that in some ways I'm not sure matter, that's all. If there are different decibel levels for different kinds of, air conditioners versus this versus that, then that's of course a whole different issue.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So we have here in front for the committee, and then we could talk, oh, we have another comment? Go ahead.
Hi. So I'm just wondering, as I'm hearing people describing the Somerville language and more specific things, it does seem a little confusing to me why section 9503B just says it shall pertain to but shall not be limited to prolonged unattended sounding of, and then it's specific, burglar alarms, construction, demolition equipment, and that's it. It's not prolonged unattended sounds such as burglar alarms, construction, whatever. So it just reads a little bit weird, and sort of why are you just specifically talking about burglar alarms, construction, demolition equipment, and saying, well, it won't be limited to that, but we don't really know what it's going to be limited to. So I tend to feel like the idea of more specific language is going to be more helpful.
Okay. Any other comments? Now for the committee now?
Oh, yes, of course. In addition to thinking that we should add all those things from Somerville, pages 5 through 7, I agree with adding Mr. Kennedy's note about amplified music, and I suggest that where we have 9503B, we merge that language with Somerville's language in 9116.5A, because I think it's as Ms. Hirschman-Scherpenen just pointed out, it's confusing the way it's written.
Councilor Feltner.
Thank you. What's a little confusing to me as well about 9503B, it says prolonged unattended sounding of burglar alarms. It doesn't define duration here. it's really not clear to me either why, on the first page, we're talking about, well, the duration is 5 minutes, because that's not going to cover all instances of noise pollution where you'd have to, to me, it reads you have to measure for at least 5 minutes. So that doesn't make sense to me. And we say burglar alarms, but there's different kinds of alarms, so I guess more specificity, I don't think we need to include all the definitions that Somerville has.
What ones don't you
But
like?
there are things like, they give examples of alarms, again, musical equipment, so.
Okay. Any other
No.
questions from the, yes,
I have a
Counselor?
question for Counselor Feltner. Are there any of those listings that you particularly think are not relevant?
I imagine that, well, it's not that they're not relevant, but that I think they would be captured, to Steve Kennedy's point, disturbing the peace versus specifics the way our draft is currently written, but it would be helpful to, for example, okay, this is, I'm saying include it, not include it, but under alarms, it says it's terminated with minutes, doesn't sound it again at all within the hour. I don't know if we want to do that, but I don't think we would need to include necessarily animals and birds because we have the animal control ordinance, or domestic power tools is helpful, but that is covered. And I don't think we need to maybe include engine exhausts or maybe necessarily explosives, fire alarms, defect in vehicle load. I don't know that you necessarily want to include horns or other signaling. So they have 17 different ones, but yes, I agree, it's pure tone or tonal is sound. Our definition needs more work, and they include vibration, we don't. So maybe that's a whole nother discussion back with definitions, but this paragraph 9503B is confusing to me. So maybe if another counselor wants to help me understand.
Any other comments, Counselor?
Just related to that, I think it was a good point brought up by Mrs. over here. 3A is just giving examples. We could eliminate that whole section, and the content and the substance of this would not be changed. Or we could add all the examples from Somerville, and the content and the substance won't change. Whatever the committee wants to do won't have any effect on what's actually prohibited, however many examples we do. We could incorporate the whole dictionary by reference, it wouldn't matter. So no matter what we do, I'm going to vote for it, just so we can move forward, because it won't make any difference. Okay. The other thing I want to note is that the amplified music in the parks, if my reading is correct, if you are holding a permit for something, I think that was the recommendation, you can't amplify music unless you have a valid permit. Valid permits don't allow you to amplify music. So if you have a permit from the Recreation Department, it's in the rules and regs, you can't amplify music. So.
They can allow.
It's literally just on here. It's just on here. It says it right in the permit application that you have to hold when you rent one.
They could change.
That you're not allowed to play amplified music. So I'm just throwing it out there.
And then there was an agreement made by Vice President Picciarelli, the school department, and the Department of Recreation that certain things can have amplified music, and this is where we're getting very murky about this stuff.
We'll be talking about that issue at the very end of this. But as I say, still true.
Okay, so is there any other comments from the, excuse me, that's not,
Permitted things since we individuals.
I'm just curious. It says unattended sounding, prolonged unattended. If it's attended, is that okay?
No, that's
Just
not
curious.
I'm sorry.
Right here, to the burglar alarms. It says prolonged unattended sounding of burglar alarms.
Oh, she said something different.
Just curious.
Well, I think that means.
It's not limited to.
Okay,
It literally makes no difference.
okay.
I can't stress this enough.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
And other man-made sounds that cause noise. Are there any other comments on this? Okay.
So
we have-
can I ask Counselor Donato a question? So do you feel like that this paragraph, it was the intent to help be more specific, but it doesn't affect anything if we take it out? Or what is your, if you
Yeah,
could
Counselor.
help me understand?
So we're just talking about subsection B now?
Yeah.
I think, and, I don't want to speak for Counselor Palumba, but I think, and I see that we apparently didn't do as good of a job as maybe we had thought we did, but.
It was great.
No, the changes we made were specific to a lot of comments that came from these meetings, which were, we want to see maximum decibel levels, we want to see the town split up into zones. I'm looking back at my notes, at the ordinance that was reviewed at our last meeting, and there were no changes suggested to A or B. So we didn't change A or B because
Oh, okay, so it was
nobody-
in there before.
It was in there before.
Right.
It's the exact same language that was there at our last meeting, and when we did the same thing that Councilor Palumba's doing tonight, we went through section by section. There were no comments made to paragraphs A or B. So we didn't
Okay,
make any changes to them.
I don't remember us getting there, so
That
that's
we-
fine.
we
That helps
definitely-
me understand,
I
thank you.
mean, because it's listed as 95.03 in the current ordinance, but it was 95.02
Yeah.
in the previous one, so it was only the second section.
Yeah.
Where we ended, and I think much to the dismay of a lot of people who live around a park, we didn't quite get to 9505B, which is a paragraph that references this, the arrangement with the school department and the rec department. So we didn't make any changes to that provision because nobody requested any.
Right, but your feeling is we take it out, it doesn't change anything per Counselor Woodland's point that,
I suppose if you, there are items listed here in 95.03B. I guess if you want to remove the items that we have listed and just list the ones that are in Somerville, at the end of the day, I'm not sure if it makes a difference because it says, just like Somerville's, Somerville said enumeration shall not be deemed to be exclusive, and ours says, shall not be limited to. I think the content, I think the effect is the same, it's just the content is different because Somerville's ordinance has a more exhaustive list than ours, but at the same time, both ordinances say including but not limited to.
But not limited to.
Right.
So-
Counselor?
So I just wanted to say, I don't think anybody in that particular section was trying to change the meaning other than just to say, can you make it more clear? That was what I was hearing, at least, that they wanted to make it more clear.
I'd like to agree with Counselor Woodland, if it's okay with the committee. And I think I really like the language in Somerville, but I feel like it would be equally effective to just have section A, although I learned in school you don't have an A without a B, and nothing else, because I think anything could be subsumed under A. I don't think B clarifies, I think it detracts.
It muddies the water. Okay, so first then, for the committee to discuss, first off, there was a suggestion to remove the word suffer from 95.03A. So is that, everybody all right with that, since it's hard to define suffer?
Yes.
As opposed to law, allow, or permit, those words are definable. Is any-
you should just keep it, it just covers,
You like it?
I have no problem with
Okay.
keeping suffering.
So all those people who would like to remove it, I'm just following the direction from folks who made the suggestion. We don't have to abide by every suggestion made from the audience. I'm asking if people want to remove it. All those who would like to remove it, please say yes.
Yes.
All those who would not like to remove it, that's fine, so it doesn't remove, okay.
Wait, maybe no one else wants to vote? Maybe, did you ask for the nays?
All those who would not want to remove it, please.
No.
No.
That's it's 2 to 1, okay.
So we're not removing it.
Lost. Okay.
Now, this section, there's two approaches here that seem to be coming and one is to remove section B completely and leave only the prohibition of noise pollution to say A. Or there is the idea of including from the Somerville ordinance, pages 5 through 7, under something called noise disturbance. Counselor, so I'm asking the counselors what they think about that. Do you have more comments on this particular?
I do.
Okay, I closed that part, but go ahead.
So I just want to talk about the intent. It seems to me that the intent of this ordinance is to give citizens an opportunity to get relief from the abuses of excessive sound in the city. And if you want to honor that intent, then you want to make the language as clear as possible. And the more we kind of settle into this kind of arcane legalese, and the less we emphasize the kinds of things that people can sort of naturally apply this to, the more people will understand.
All right, thank you. So we've heard another suggestion to keep it broad. So I'm asking the counselors here, and whether, to be more specific, I'm sorry. It was to be more specific. So I'm asking the counselors here if you would like to eliminate B and substitute it with the noise disturbances as seen in Somerville ordinance, pages 5-7.
Well,
And we could have Counselor Donato read it again if that's necessary.
Someone should just make a motion, and then we'll just say everyone votes.
Go for it, Ken.
I'll make a motion that we just remove section B.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
All
are we not,
opposed?
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, a discussion? Yes, we
We're
can
gonna
have a
discuss-
discussion.
My only hesitation, so I have to look ahead because, some of the words like demolition, construction, okay, it's included, so I I guess I can vote to remove this.
Yeah, it goes on great detail about
It,
that.
yeah,
Counselor?
and if you feel like, I guess what I'm hearing is that this paragraph is not helpful, so I'm in favor of
Okay. All
removing
those
it.
who would like to remove section 95.03.
B.
B, I'm sorry, B of 95.03B. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Yeah,
Nay.
we- So you have that?
Nay.
And I didn't vote, so I just passed on it. Okay. Now, I'm going to make a motion that we include the noise disturbances listed in Somerville ordinance, pages 5-7. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, discussion?
If I could just, for clarification purposes, if I end up having to type this over. So we've removed the existing B, but if we add this will be a new subsection B
Yeah.
that, so then it would just, so it would just include a reference. The following acts are declared to be loud, disturbing, and unnecessary noises in violation of section 95.03A, and then list them.
That's right.
Okay.
All in favor?
I'm sorry, just real quick. Does the Somerville language include shall pertain to but not limited to, or the equivalent?
It says,
I can't stress this enough. It does not change any content in this.
I
right,
understand.
I can, I'll, so I guess, let me reread this then. So the new section B would read, "The following acts are declared to be loud, disturbing, and unnecessary noises in violation of section 95.03A, but said enumeration shall not be deemed to be exclusive." And then it lists,
The equivalent, yeah. Yeah, sure.
It lists
There's, don't care.
Yeah.
17 things.
I understand your concern. All those in favor of addition, of adding it?
Wait, Lisa
I'm
wants
sorry,
to
more
talk.
discussion. Counselor Felton?
Well, I just want to note that I'm in favor of adding some of these things, but they would need review because they include hours that might not match what's already in here. So I wouldn't be in favor of verbatim, oh, we're going to adopt Somerville and put it in here. You'd need more discussion about what you want to adopt, but I'm in favor of moving in that direction.
So, just to jump on that, is it possible just to include, because I don't have the Somervilles in front of me, is it like a sections? Oh, perfect.
Can we
Oh,
just?
perfect. Could you just include the section headings? Air conditioners, animals?
Yes.
Right, that's what I was,
Yeah, just do that then.
So
That's what I wanted to do in here.
Great idea.
Well,
Okay, so
Yeah,
we're
you
not
could-
including the,
Some of them might
But-
need some explanation.
Yeah.
right, they have they have examples of definitions along with them, and which I think are helpful.
but we don't want.
Before voting and saying, yes, add this, I think it needs more
I
review.
think we could add in list format, like Caroline mentioned. So we won't include those definitions, but we'll include all the headings.
Can we include the headings?
We can include the headings, but some of them, I think the definitions are helpful. President Sedaris, I wonder if you could copy this so Counselor Woodland could be able to look at it.
I'm good.
Just did.
Good.
He's
Caroline saw
He's
it,
got
yeah.
it online.
Yeah,
Okay, you're looking at it?
I saw Caroline's,
No,
yeah.
he's not.
Okay, so I've made a motion here to include this. Counselor Feltner's made a change in that
Well-
motion. I'd like to move forward.
For example, are you really just going to say vibration or
Well, if.
street sales?
Yes.
Without a,
Yes, we are going to say vibration, yes,
Without any explanation what that means?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because, again, if it violates the parameters of the ordinance, then it will be not allowed, and if it doesn't, then it will be allowed. So it doesn't matter that we don't have that specific definition.
Right.
So I'd like to, can we separately vote on the amendment that Counselor Feltner's proposing?
friendly amendment.
She hasn't made an amendment.
A
Well,
friendly amendment is that
Just
we
to
would
include the list.
review what we want to include,
So
but
the amendment is, we review it as a
with
committee?
review,
Do we review it, we bring it back to the committee to review?
I would think we would need to,
Okay.
my only
Because-
concern,
because
my
the-
only concern with that is that, and there are 17
Right.
items listed here, some that have sub-paragraphs. We're still on section 3, so how long is
Well,
it going
or-
to take us to review 17?
No, I don't think we should do it now, and I think that it won't.
No, not now.
it
I wanted
wouldn't
to take
be
a few of these
difficult.
and put them in
I
here.
think that if we accept the general idea, we're going to list these things. I don't think that making them consistent with the rest of the ordinance would be a very onerous or controversial project. And I would be glad to take it on.
Okay.
And you could help me.
yeah, I wasn't
Counselor,
suggesting
did
we
you have a
review
comment
now.
Before we vote on this?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So
What?
is the vote with just with the understanding that we would only include the list and not the definitions?
That's my understanding, that we'd include the list without the definitions, and no, but that is not the counselor's, that we'd include the definitions and it would be reviewed later.
As relevant, it include the relevant definitions.
It include the relevant definitions, Counselor. So that's everybody, I made a motion to include it. There's been an amendment to the motion. Can we vote on the amendment, which is to include the relevant, Counselor, could you repeat it, please?
Which counselor? Okay. That we add these but before making a final decision or bringing it to the full council, we review them to see which parts seem important for clarification and which parts are not relevant or conflict with another part of the ordinance. All right, you want me to make it shorter?
No, you know, I'm going to withdraw my motion, and if someone wants to make a motion, they can make a motion on the addition of the noise disturbances from Somerville in a way that includes your concerns.
So the motion would be that we include the things from Somerville to my liking.
I think Counselor Falcoff's motion would be something along the lines of to include the list of noise disturbances outlined in section 9-116 of the Somerville Noise Ordinance, subject to review at, what I hate to say is going to be a future meeting on the noise ordinance?
Well, we
Is
could.
that your motion? Can you accept that as a motion?
Well, is it a future meeting, or is review with the attorney to make sure there's, there's no conflicts with the,
Why don't we just stop with
Ordinance.
future review, at a review?
or just review for,
I really do feel that if we accept the basic concept we're including these, it's, the final review could be done when it comes to the council, because I don't think those will become controversial. I think it'll be kind of obvious which things need to be explained and which things don't. Like, I agree, birds and animals are birds and animals. But vibration, it sounds like that's a little more ambiguous. Firearms are firearms. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to go through all 17 of these at a regular council meeting.
We shouldn't, we're not going to bring that to a full council meeting.
Right.
We'll do it
I
either
agree.
here, or else we'll do it here at our next meeting. So can you restate, Councilor Donato, can you restate it?
I hope she doesn't mind that I'm speaking for her, but I believe Counselor Falcoff's motion is to amend section 95.03B to include those noise disturbances outlined in section 9-116 of the Somerville Noise Control Ordinance, with those additions to be reviewed at our next committee meeting.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Counselor, that's your motion.
That's your motion.
Counselor Donato made it. I feel like, as I said before, I feel like we're doing the same thing if we just have A and don't include Somerville. And if it's going to get wicked complicated by review and review and review of each of these things, then I would just as soon just go with A.
The motion passed.
So,
Okay.
just real quick, if you're comfortable, again, I mean, not to belabor the point, none of this matters, this conversation. If you're comfortable
not
just
what I'm
not
saying.
including that piece, that's fine. I mean, I guess I can't stress this enough. The reason why the schools are gonna get built before we have this ordinance done is because we keep having these conversations. Just
So,
saying.
would you like to do a motion for reconsideration?
I didn't make the motion, so I can't.
Yes, you can.
No,
Anybody in
Counselor,
the-
It's not the person that made it.
Please,
Voting side.
excuse me. The motion passed. We're moving on. There's one other suggestion here, and I think Council,
Information, if you don't mind. So your resolution was to amend section B, but the council already decided to delete section B.
Add section,
we're adding section.
Add section
we're
B.
adding Section B.
Somerville, section B.
Yeah.
One more point on this
So it
before we
clarifies it.
move on to measurements was the one from whether we need, and Councilor Woodland suggested that we don't need this, other people, so I'm just bringing it to the committee. In addition of no person or organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the Department of Recreation. That would be section
9506C.
C, would be 95.03C, as in Charles. And if there's not, now Councilor Woodland makes the point that it's already in a permit that says you can't do that, make noise. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
correct.
So,
Section
I want
22.
to hear from the other councilors, please.
Clarify that there are other people who operate in parks without permits, carrying the modern equivalent of boom boxes,
But
So
and this would address
this,
that.
they would already be violating the ordinance.
they'd already be, yes, I could agree with that. They would be violating the
You
ordinance.
don't need a permit to play tennis.
Sure, but those folks, if you buy like a boombox to tennis, then they'd already be violating the ordinance. We wouldn't need a separate section to specify this.
Excuse me,
Sure, I can answer that if you like.
go ahead.
Sure. So in that type of situation, we'd be going to the nearest property line, and again, you'd be measuring to make sure that it's above that section of the background noise.
Behind the
That's exactly the process that every community that we've talked about does it.
But that's exactly what I'm strongly
Okay,
asking.
I hear you.
Not be done.
Okay.
So it's not that it isn't needed.
It's the
All right,
entire
so
ordinance.
we're having the discussion now on the council level here.
Yeah.
Do we people want to put in this, no person, organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the Department of Recreation?
Yes.
I'm really sorry, with everyone talking, I missed the very beginning of your sentence. Could you please read that again?
Oh, it's from Steve's email, I'm sorry.
I don't have.
No person or organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the Department of Recreation.
Just real quick.
Go, well, first Councilor Feltner and then Councilor Woodland.
Sorry. I noticed a similar language in Belmont. Sorry, I'm finding it. It's under the exception, that they accept activities other than construction conducted in public parks and playgrounds and on public or private school grounds so long as authorized by the appropriate jurisdiction, including but not limited to school athletic and school entertainment events. I do like saying appropriate jurisdiction because, rather than Department of Recreation.
Okay. Councilor Woodland?
That sentence just doesn't make any sense because the DPW, rec can't give a permit that allows that music. So,
I think I have to agree with Councilor Woodland that if someone is making noise and it is in violation of the ordinance, then we don't need to list every opportunity in which they can do that. That's the whole idea here, is to have an ordinance that's easy to understand and easy to enforce. Now, if someone is playing tennis and they bring a boombox to the court, and they put they don't have a permit, they're just playing tennis. It's an open park, they came to play tennis, and if you're having a problem with that, then you would need to call the appropriate group.
exactly.
Can I finish it?
Okay, yeah.
The appropriate enforcement or agency, and tell them to come out and ask them to turn the box down. I mean, that's bottom line. We don't need another piece of in this. I'm sorry, I apologize. First you and then you. Go ahead.
So I think the point is, and I understand this, that it is very difficult to call the police, get them to come down, do all that. Whereas if you've got an ordinance you can point to, you can go up, say, look at the ordinance, it says it right here. It's fast, easy, quick, and you can.
Who's going to do that?
Signage, simple signage.
Fine.
It's not the
Okay, I'm
responsibility
sorry,
of
Anthony,
citizens
Council
to do
Donato, and then Council President Siders.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there. Counselor Falcoff brought it to my attention, and while I was trying to type things, I glossed over it. But one of the provisions that we are going to be adding from Somerville's noise ordinance specifically addresses radios, television sets, musical instruments, and similar devices. It states operating, playing, or permitting the operation or playing of any radio, television, phonograph, drum, musical instrument, sound amplifier, or similar device which produces, reproduces, or amplifies sounds between hours, blah, 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 which we might have to update in such a manner as to create a noise disturbance. So it's going to be included.
It's already included.
I know, but it's going to be specifically included in the,
I haven't explained anything.
I think you have explained.
No, the key sentence is creates a noise disturbance. That's what leads to this totally impractical business of saying, I'm going to call the health department and get this measure. Or it leaves me with, well, I can get the police, which I do hate to do, and we can all have a discussion of whether this is disturbing the peace, or its decibel level is above 10, which none of us will be able to determine. And so it just seemed This was an issue I've had not only on my property, but in public parks, and it seemed a reasonable thing to do
Okay,
that would avoid that.
Right,
That's
there's
all.
two
It's just assertions that it doesn't make any difference seems to me wrong.
go ahead, sir. Yes, go ahead.
The Recreation Department issues field use permits.
That's right.
In other words, permits for the use of the town's, playgrounds and playing fields.
Right.
Issuing permits to use excessive noise should not be part of their, and never was, part of their authority. They issue permits for the use of the field. They want that authority, as you can see in the later article they've tried to place here. But for the use of excessive noise, you'd need another permit from the town.
You wouldn't get a permit to make more noise.
Yeah, it's the same permit, the same thing, for special occasions, and that's covered in
That's
here.
in there, that's in there
But
later
that's
on.
for special occasions.
Right,
but
for
that's-
special occasions, right.
In other words, a field use permit does not entitle you to use excessive noise. They can't grant
That's
it.
right, and I think that's in the regulation, yes. Yes,
Elodia, let me take this first.
Thank you, Susan.
I think possibly the confusion is, Mr. Kennedy is saying that using any amplified music should be forbidden, and that it's not at a level where it's what you would call a noise disturbance. It's just, let's not go there, let's just not have those. And I think that's the clarification that we're missing here. Is that right?
There's one thing between having a school event, such as a football game. There's another thing between having the Cancer Walk or an activity that is sponsored by the town at Victory Field. And that's a special event, and nobody objects to that. What we object to is that somebody comes in with a boom box on the basketball court, or two boom boxes, which I had the other day on the tennis courts, and I'm sitting in my backyard. I don't inflict that on my neighbors. Why do I have to listen to this from somebody else? This is a quiet space. Play tennis, laugh, have a good time. But everybody thinks that their personal sound system should filtrate through the universe. That is noise pollution. We need signage at these parks that says no amplified sound on our tennis courts, on our basketball courts, etc. It's that simple. And I don't know why this is so frickin' complicated to understand. I'm sorry.
So just real quick, if I could respond to that.
Yes,
So
please.
I think signage is a separate issue that I would support, but that's not what we're considering in this second. We're considering this proposed amendment to this section, which
Can't have signage without the prohibition.
That's right. Thank you.
it's already prohibited. We can put it in the,
It isn't.
Oh,
Come on, Kenny, we've been dealing with this for
excuse me,
years.
just
the
hang on,
plain
please,
language, I
please.
do have to respond quick. The
Yes,
plain
no, I do, I just
language
want,
as
no more
presented,
outbursts, please.
the plain, the
How many
situ,
years do we do this, Tony?
Elodia, please.
this, I do apologize. The situation you just presented with someone coming with the boombox to a park, that situation would be textbook noise pollution as defined presently under the statute. And you would follow the process under the statute like you would anything else. There's no, there's no, I'm not sure what else to be said.
Are you saying, Kenny, that if you had a sign there, a very friendly sign, please enjoy in our parks, but understand that we are in a tightly abutted area and personal music, or however you want it, is not permitted? That is clean and simple.
Again, but I guess the distinction between the situation you just presented and the language of that sign are not exactly the same. You're saying, I don't want someone coming in blaring music, which is great. I mean, I agree with that. No one wants that. That's a difference between saying, when you come here, you can't play anything. If someone had, like if I had my phone next to me and I didn't have headphones in, I put it here and was listening to small music sitting in the park, that wouldn't cause any noise pollution. That's not a big deal. No one could even hear it within 3 feet away from me. That's fine.
It's not
So your sign would prohibit that. The example you're talking about is really about bringing boom boxes, and this ordinance addresses that.
We have people pull their cars up and turn their radios on while they're playing basketball.
Same thing.
So that should be.
Call the
some-
cops.
that
That's
should
what
be
this
re-
is for.
We want clear, simple language and signage because.
Okay,
we
that
don't-
signage is not our responsibility in this
No,
ordinance.
but the rule is your responsibility, so the signage will follow.
adding the,
We've spoken with the police, they've been on my porch, we've talked about this as a neighborhood. They don't have the staff to run around for all this stuff. Come on, we need to clean this up in this town.
did you have a comment, ma'am?
A lot of passion. And I support many things that you say, Elodia, you know that. I live across the street from a park, Anne Marie Clinton, Winthrop Street. We call the police. When the police can come down, they come down. You feel like you're burdening them. They don't want you talking to people. All of the same things happen. And it's not just, you know, the kids that come up. There are people that come up at night. There are even the students, you know, on the playgrounds. Or in some cases, the school people allow, you know, they're out there blowing whistles during the middle of the day to get the kids back in. That's all noise, right? So signs are good. They're not going to enforce it for some of the people that are violating it anyway. But coming up with a program that monitors it, and I agree, some of the language doesn't have to be specific, because the more specific you get, if somebody stands there in front of you and says, you can't run an air conditioner, it just, that's not what this is about. It's about, you had really many good points. There's a lot of good conversation, but we're not solving it. And without enforcement in the whole package in the discussion, we can take each section, but it doesn't accomplish the whole. And I guess that's
Okay,
my 2
thanks.
cents. Thank you.
Okay, so we have in front of us a suggestion from, to include this section. I need this, we're going to have this conversation amongst the counselors, and then I want to make a decision on it. This is, I'm going to make the motion just to keep us going. That we add a section 95.
3C.
Point 95.03 C. That reads, no person or organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the Department of Recreation. That's the motion. I second, do I have a second for this?
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Good. I have a comment.
Yep.
So there's one situation, which is the tennis courts at Victory Field, and there's neighbors who directly abut them. But what I'm thinking about is people who get a picnic place at Philipello Park or at Arsenal Park and play their radios. And I hate amplified. First of all, Ken, if you have your earphones in, that's not amplified. That's unamplified.
I have earphones. I use my
It's
phone
still not
instead.
really amplified.
Okay, go ahead. Counselor.
But, so it seems like a slightly different situation, and I'm saying, like, I hate it, but if somebody wants to play some music at a reasonable sound level, is that something that we should not allow? And I'm not sure. I don't know, but I'm raising it as being a little different than a boombox on the tennis courts.
Okay. Other counselors want to weigh in?
Well,
Counselor?
I guess I would appreciate, I don't know if staff, or I know Steve Magoon's here, the only staff here would be willing to comment, since there was this exception added about exempting sound system from recreation school, or like if there was a permit.
Right.
And music played, and it includes music played during sporting and practice, et cetera. So, yeah, we're focusing on boom boxes. There's a lot of different instances. There's a lot of parks in town. So if you care to comment, Chair, I would appreciate hearing from Mr. McGinn. Yeah. Sorry.
To speak specifically to the situation Councilor Falcoff suggested, that would not be permitted. The permits now for picnics and birthday parties don't allow amplified music.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So why, can I ask a follow-up question? So why would there be a situation where we would want amplified music, and if there isn't one, why not include Section C?
The only ones where we would are,
Where
as
there's
we said,
special
special
permits.
occasions, football games. So generally speaking, the permits we've issued the school department does allow
Right.
for that with some parameters and other special events.
So,
And that was something worked out with the school department, the recreation department.
Yep.
And Councilor Picciarelli.
thank you. Of course.
Another example.
Understood.
4th of July.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions? Did that help? Did that help?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Magoon. So, yeah, and I would just prefer to say, if we were going to include it, without a permit from the appropriate jurisdiction, so that whether that's the town manager or, whoever the appropriate person is. Right now, Recreation has jurisdiction over this permitting process for the parks. That could change in the future, is more flexible.
Okay, so you're making an amendment to the.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay, first off, are there any other comments on the motion that was made? Okay, so now we're making an amendment to the motion, which was to take out the words Department of Recreation and include, what's the language again, please?
Appropriate jurisdiction.
What does that mean?
If you want to say department or authority.
That it might not always be the
I'm borrowing
Recreation
from
Department.
Belmont's, that's what Belmont, but.
Like the Cancer Walk, I don't know that that's the
Town
rec
department?
department.
Appropriate town department, is that?
Would that work?
Town Authority, I like.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? All
Sorry,
those-
can you read that back?
Sure, it's, no person or organization shall play amplified music in public parks without a permit from the appropriate town authority.
So now we're in the issue of, just real quick,
Go ahead, no, take your time.
we're addressing the boom boxes, but like Susan said, if there's like a permit, like if there's like a picnic or something going on, and someone has like some light music in the background that no one's, it's bothering no one, that's what we'd be banning?
No, that's already, it's already.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just, okay, so it's already, I guess, don't forget picnic, let's just
Use
say,
your earphones.
like in my mind, like someone just in the park playing Frisbee.
Right.
And one of them just has like a phone level speaker on it.
Right.
And so that would now be banned, even though it doesn't rise to the 30 dB that we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be banned.
And I'm just curious, could folks, so that's what we're voting on now, and do folks think that's a good idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Other comments?
Again, the intent of this referral was for boom boxes. Now we're gonna go all noise.
All those in favor?
Well, it says amplified music is what is doing it for me. I would otherwise, as a musician, it's hard for me to vote for this because I think of many different instances as technology changing, all kinds of things. But it's probably better to start with this restriction, and if we say Watertown's not fun anymore and we need to take it off, we can. I don't know.
She can play her guitar.
Not anymore.
Yes, she
It's
can.
not amplified.
It's an acoustic guitar.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Okay, okay, so we can have guitar playing.
So
Are
far,
we ready to
unless someone
vote
makes
on
a
this?
recommendation.
All those who are in favor of this as amended?
Yes.
Can I hear it again?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
No.
No,
Motion does not pass.
it's 3-3.
Ooh.
Okay,
So 3-3 vote, motion doesn't pass in majority.
all right. Now, all right, let's keep going. The next section is measurements of noise.
Okay. Keep going all
And
night.
I don't think there's a lot in this but, and then we're gonna get to the fun part, which is what we really worked hard on, which is the noise zones.
This is where my question is now appropriate. It says, all noise level measurements made pursuant to this chapter shall be made with a noise level meter, or a sound level meter. And the last time we had this discussion, we didn't own one of those. So it seems to me if you pass this regulation, I'm not sure how it would get enforced.
If we pass this ordinance, with that including, it is up to the town to make themselves available to these kind of meters. That's their job.
So the town would be required then
Yes.
to purchase these?
Right, or else we can't, or the
No.
ordinance is not enforceable.
Well, because it seems unenforceable right now. So is that true that the town would enforce?
Go ahead, Counselor.
So I actually talked a little bit, it is accessible to the town can borrow.
Well, yeah, but somebody said you had to drive to Tewksbury when you needed one.
Yeah,
What about the app?
I talked to Mr. Ramden. I think it's a little bit more accessible than that. I could be wrong, but I think that I talked to him, and it's not as arduous as that.
We also talked about the need for the department, and I talked, this was
Mr.
way,
McGregor.
way, way back when Vice President, Assistant Town Manager Magoon, I had mentioned that we might need to borrow, we might need to purchase some of these to make this ordinance work. Counselor,
Thank you, Counselor. I spoke with Mr. Ramden yesterday, and he indicated that the one that we have, we apparently do own one, and it took forever to have it calibrated. But he told me that it has been calibrated, so we should be good to go.
great, wonderful, thank you.
Even better.
Yes,
Because I talked to him outside of the meeting, and I asked him, what would he really need? Because one, you know, if there are noises in various locations, one didn't seem to be good. And he said he thought ideally he would have 5. Oh, he said that ideally he would have 5, and it seemed that to get the machines and the training and all of that, it was probably around $6,000, which didn't seem like a whole lot of money to me. It seemed like it might be more.
Well, and again, at least the brief conversation we had, he made it sound like he had what he needed. If not, I'm sure that if it's a $6,000 item, we can certainly take care of that.
thank you very much, Counselor.
That was what he told me.
Assistant Town Manager, thank you.
Just,
Are we on this
yeah,
noise? Okay,
paragraph D,
D,
top page 3.
yep.
Just a very sort of mundane matter, the very
Oh,
last.
please, is it a mundane matter?
It is a mundane matter. The very last line of
There's
paragraph
This is
D.
coming from Council Picciarelli, so we should take that with a grain of salt.
Sorry.
Nothing mundane about this.
It says, noise pollution determinations made at the property line and/or the nearest inhabited residence. So I believe we're measuring, now, those are two completely different things. So either we measure it, and I believe it's supposed to be measuring the noise pollution at the property line,
Didn't we,
not at the.
If I'm not mistaken, Council Picciarelli, you were the one who pointed this out at our last meeting, and you were the one who suggested that we add and slash.
No, that's what it said at the last meeting. I said.
I have it, and I have my note.
No. The last meeting, the last draft had said and/or, and I said.
Oh, no, I have it right here, it says and.
okay,
It is and in the law.
And.
I have it right here.
Oh, well, okay, right, so it's, you can't, you know, if the noise level, let's say, you know, it's 60 dB and you're measuring it at the property line, but then you go to a Lodius house and you measure it and it's only 50 dB because it's further away, so is it a violation or not? You can't have and/or, it's got to be measuring at the property line or you're measuring at the nearest inhabited residence. And the rest of the ordinances seems to imply or explicitly state that the noise pollution is measured at the property line, so.
To be honest, I have no problem changing it back, but I
Well,
would
no,
just.
I think it says at the property line, you need to delete and the nearest inhabited
okay.
residence.
That's fine.
That's what I meant,
Okay.
you had to delete the whole thing, because
That's
it,
fine.
I mean,
Yes,
because
yes.
otherwise it doesn't, you know, you're gonna get into this thing, it's like, no, you measured at the property line, no, you measured at my house, and now you gotta, you know, and if any officer of the law is looking at the ordinance, gonna say, well, it says you can do it either way, who gets to decide? It's
No,
like,
I think
makes
the
no
property
sense.
line seems to be the most
I would just say,
appropriate, but go ahead.
determination at the property line, period, and delete
Okay.
the rest of that.
Fine, we
Go
all
ahead.
agree, that's no problem.
Is it on this, or is it a different one?
No, it's on that. So we have a lot of big apartment buildings now.
Yeah,
Where does the property line, if you're in a neighboring apartment, you're in the same property. So, you know, it's kind of hard, and let me just point out something in Somerville's again.
Public spaces.
They specify exceeding the ambient noise levels, measurement of noise, exceeding the ambient noise levels at the property line of any property, or if a condominium or apartment house within any adjoining apartment. So again, they're getting more specific related to the kinds of real estate that they have. And our real estate is changing quite a bit. So we have 2-family homes, we have 3-family homes, we have single-family homes, and we have big apartment buildings now, big condominiums now. So I think that we might want to change the language a little bit and to, to me, nearest inhabited residence does make sense in that if you're in different areas, or a different kind of piece of architecture, you may need that.
Okay. Yes?
A question of clarification. I remember early in this meeting, we talked about the fact that the sound level meter was best suited for tonal noise. This very expensive tool was well suited for that, and that an inexpensive app on a phone that a policeman might be able to carry would be suitable for things that are measured. You want to measure this like 10 dB over that percussive kind of situation. So I just wondered if maybe you should add that in at this point.
Okay. Any other, oh, yes.
Okay, I did a little experiment with someone from our community on Sunday on my front porch. I have 3 apps on my phone. We sat there quietly listening to birds in the wind. We then started talking, it bounced. I then started raising my voice like I have been tonight because of frustration. It bounced again. Then a plane went overhead. It hit 75. Then it went down after the plane passed. And then when a car went by, it hit about 65. These are very simple apps. They're used by other police forces around the country. They're used where I go in Florida, where they have a lot of Airbnb issues, a lot of partying going on, and they have complaints. It's not that complicated. The thing that Larry Ramden is talking about is for the tonal sound. And believe me, it does no good if that piece of equipment is sitting in the health department on a weekend when the resident was complaining because of church services, because the police will not have access to it. So I think we need to come into the 21st century, and the 3 apps that I have on my phone are free. You can buy more sophisticated apps for $3.99. This is not rocket science.
Okay, Councilor, any other comments before we bring it internally? Okay, Councilor.
I think 2 things. One, I think Marcia made a really good point, and I found the language here in Somerville, and I think it would make sense to amend our language to, so right now, D combined with the change that Councilor Picciarelli made, so where it says, all noise pollution determinations made at the property line, I'm gonna,
Or if an apartment or.
at the
condo-
property line of any property,
Yeah,
or if a condominium or apartment house within any adjoining apartment. I think that fills a gap.
yeah, yeah. There's a couple ways we can do it, but I
Yeah.
think that's fair. I think we should do that.
So that's one comment, and then,
Let's take
I'm
that
sorry.
comment. So all those in favor of that comment on the, well, I'm sorry, that's a motion, right, that we add that? That we
Yeah.
choose this? Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's any disagreement with that?
No, that's a good idea.
No, I support it.
Okay, great. And you're the next, so we're going to add it.
Okay, so I'll make that change.
Do an official vote or no?
I think that was,
Do we need a vote, or?
No, there's consensus. on
yeah.
that.
So,
And then, just for the sound, the issue, whether it's in the definition or in enforcement, I don't care what we use, I just think we need a standard, because I understand these things are available on phones, but, I mean, people are already talking about, how it's difficult to confront people when this is going on. I just don't want to see an issue where we have people with dueling apps and it violates it in one app and not the other app. So I think if we need a standard. And that's why Tony and I settled on this sound level meter, because the definition gave a specific standard. So if there is some sort of similar language that applies to an app, then I'm in favor of expanding the definition of sound level meter to include that. But I just want to make sure we're dealing with apples to apples comparisons, as opposed to, people are already going to be heated about this noise situation. And then if we're using different apps and they come up with different results, I can just see that intensifying the situation.
Okay. Counselor, did you want to speak? Because you haven't spoken much. Counselor Folko.
well, so from what I'm hearing tonight is the sound level meter is the appropriate instrument for tonal noises. But, so I think we could say, all noise level measurements of tonal noises shall be made with the sound level meter, and other noises can be measured with the standardized measurement tool. And I really like the idea that every police officer could just have it as a standard issue on their phone. And, you know, that, I think that those, I think they're close, they were close enough on your phone, right, the 3 apps, so it's not like they vary widely. There probably is some standardized way to do it, but I don't know the right language for that.
I think that suggestion about having the sound level meter apply just to tonal noises, I think that makes sense.
Except that that's not what it measures. I think we have it backwards.
Oh.
Couldn't we allow for the
The
sound
levels.
letter, the meter that we were talking about can do both. It can do tonal and it can do other sounds. So we don't want to, I mean, if they happen to have it out and it's being used, it includes that. So we shouldn't say that it's just for that, because it could also do the other thing, too.
That's fine, but I don't think we should be limited to that.
Right, and so there's this discussion, this suggestion to have, come up with a standardized measuring tool that could be used in one of these apps that we can, maybe we should actually ask the Director of Health to come up with an app that he feels would be standardized.
What about the police chief? Because,
Okay, well, I'm just.
what about the police chief? Because
Together, the police chief and the.
Or just the administration.
Administration. We could say, yeah, an app agreed upon.
So we'll have to go back and change definitions.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Tony. I think it's a good idea. To ask them to do something, come back.
Okay, so can I make a motion that what we would do would be to ask that the town administration come up with a standardized measuring tool that could be used by the enforcing agencies to measure sound, to measure noise.
Well, can the motion be amended so that it's really clear that we're talking about something that would be available, widely available to any enforcing
Didn't I say
entity?
that?
I don't think you did, but if you did, that's great.
Okay, so as amended. Are people consensus on that?
Yeah,
Counselor?
yeah.
Consensus on that? Okay. So we're asking administration to come up with a standardized measuring tool that could be used by enforcing agencies. And we're asking that they'll figure out who should do that. Steve?
And then we just want to make sure we publicize that to the community so everybody knows what it is and can be using
The
a.
same app on their phone.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, did we just get through a whole section?
Oh
Hey,
my
can
God.
I
we're
just ask
still
a
on-
question on that? I mean,
Yeah.
sound level meter, isn't that an industry term that the administration would know to use?
I think they're going to be.
Just to clarify.
They're going to be fine, I think, coming up with what we
I mean,
want. Yeah.
They'll figure that out, won't they?
Yeah, they're fine.
that's what I'm saying, is that they'll, anyway,
Issue a
we'll
follow-up
move on.
question.
Well, the way we defined sound level meter in the definitions
Okay,
was,
now we need to return to the definitions, because this is where we added a substantive piece of equipment, so we want to go back to the definition of, and maybe we could just add one as opposed to mess with the one that's there. Is that possible? So we could have,
Should we just wait till they come up with
No.
whatever they come up with, and then whatever
And
they
then
do,
we can-
yeah, add it later,
Okay.
yeah. Just because if,
we don't know what they're coming up with.
yeah, whatever they come up with may already have standardized language. too,
So
that we
let's
can
just
steal.
make a note that we need to do that once
Yeah.
the administration comes up with a standardized measuring tool, then we'll come back and change the definition.
sounds good.
Yes.
Or, and I'm not trying to add more work, but could we just change the definition to an instrument, blah, 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 analyzing equipment, which, I mean, we say an instrument meeting American National Standard Institute standard, blah, 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 type 1 or type 2 sound level meter, or, and then we just change the second half of the definition to, or standardized equipment approved by the town administration.
That's what I was trying to say.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so make the motion, Counselor.
I don't know if that wording is correct, because I was typing something else, so I missed.
How about an administration-approved instrument?
Or an administrative,
Okay, make a motion.
I would make a motion that in the definition section, the definition for a sound level meter be amended to read, an instrument meeting American National Standard Institute Standard S1.4-1983 for type 1 or type 2 sound level meters, or an town administration approved instrument, or a town admin.
Or another, or an alternative, or an additional, or any additional.
An equivalent.
Well, we already say, doesn't we say this?
Kind of already say that.
Or an instrument and associated recording analysis equipment which will provide equivalent data?
Arguably, you could say that's the same.
That's the same.
You could say it's
It's
the
in
same.
there already.
Yeah.
You wanted
Yeah,
more
I think we
options.
want,
Provide equivalent data, which is
They'll
actually,
still do it.
Equipment is different than an app, so I think we need to acquaint people with the fact that the apps are out there, and
Okay,
there's
so,
some very.
I'm sorry, Counselor, you had it, I
So
apologize.
technology,
I think the
But-
town approved,
Okay.
technology.
town administration, or an instrument approved by the town administration,
Or technology approved by the
or,
town administration.
or technology.
Because,
Well,
and it's not an instrument.
Okay.
One person at a time. We have technology,
So do we even have to, or an instrument or technology?
No, or technology, because an instrument is also technological,
can I make a suggestion
isn't it?
to Anthony's point?
yes?
And the associated recording and analyzing technology which will provide equivalent data.
Woo-hoo.
Instead of
The word
equipment, you could
equipment
say
out, put
technology.
in.
Okay.
Where's that from?
So
That's
do we
me.
have consensus on the addition of removing the word
Got it in you.
equipment and putting the word technology into that definition?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so we are now moving on to something that we spent some time on, Counselor Donato and I, what we thought was the most important part, which is the discussion of zones. We also put in some standards. People asked about a number of these pieces that we put in, so we're now moving on to designated noise zones. Any comments on this addition of designated noise zones? No?
Thank you. Just another mundane question. But number one, I assume when you say residential, you mean the residential-only districts, not including the mixed-use districts that allow? And then
That's
number
correct.
two, when you say the special zoning districts, which there's no such thing that exists, such term exists, what
there
you
is.
really mean by special zoning districts is mixed-use districts?
No.
I took that language
Overlay.
directly from the town zoning ordinance, so I would argue that the zone itself might not exist, but the language does
So
exist.
what do we define special zoning districts as, mixed use? Like-
Counselor, I mean, Steve?
Have all the overlay zones and things like the RDD.
PSED, yeah.
So, okay.
Those are all special permit zones.
Because- Okay, so number one is residential-only districts.
Yes.
And special districts includes the mixed use.
All the other things.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to be clear that that was,
Yeah.
somebody would not say,
Right.
my residence is in a
Bless you.
mixed-use district, so number one applies, in fact, number
Yeah.
two applies.
Okay, so any other comments on this section?
I have a comment.
You got a
I do.
Back to Counsel, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. I noticed that in the Belmont ordinance or bylaw, they said residential districts or libraries, schools, churches, healthcare institutions when in use, and any cemetery or open space. So I don't know if we want to include that language. I think it's worth discussing, and I think the omission of open space is significant. Not to mention cemeteries.
I think when Counselor Palumbo and I were working on this section, we wanted objective standards for the time zones.
Cemetery is pretty objective.
Open space, I mean,
Open space is pretty objective. That's a zoning category.
I think we tried to look for other readily available town sources that would help define the different
Different
districts.
The consistency within the regulations.
To be
Right.
consistent within the zoning regulations. That's what we tried to do.
Yes.
Open space
but-
is a zoning category. Maybe Mr. Magoon could comment on that. What?
Well,
I know, but you don't want so much noise there.
Hang on a second, Counselor.
I just want to ask a question about why you're bringing that up. Is there a reason why you think that would be important to include that here? So
Well,
what's the
you're
reason?
saying that the standards are more strict in residential districts. Shouldn't they also be strict in a cemetery or next to a library or a school? I'm just raising that question. And I do feel should open space get special attention? I think it's just worth talking about. I'm not married to this idea, but I think I'd like some discussion.
Does anybody like to do council discussion?
Thank you. I just want to weigh on that I noticed the same thing in Belmont, and I liked it because it also covered houses of worship, which has been an issue. So they say all residential properties and the grounds of any school, hospital, or similar healthcare institution.
When in use.
House of worship or library while the same is in use, and any cemetery or open space subdistrict. We do have the open space and conservancy district, which is under a special zoning district. So I don't know how much you want to include, but I do like including some of those along with
Why don't you make
the
a
residential
motion?
districts.
Make a motion then. And what would you change in this ordinance to, how would you like it worded?
Residential districts for people living
So-
or dead.
Is it under
All
noise?
resident, I'm sorry,
Where, is it the first one,
All-
noise zone 1, or,
under noise zone 1, the zoning ordinance says residents, but you could say residential districts, and I don't know, this is for discussion, grounds of any school, hospital, or similar healthcare institution, house of worship or library while the same is in use, and any cemetery or open space and conservancy district.
okay, so that's the motion of, and just a clarification on the motion, wouldn't open space be covered in all other zoning districts?
That's the point.
I mean, under special zoning districts?
But it would be in 2 instead of 1.
Well, right,
the
but to their point, it's a lower noise level in 1 if you want to include it in level 1. Otherwise, yes, special zoning districts encompasses open space and conservancy.
Okay.
Why would we
Under
want the
level
lower
2.
one open space?
To be,
What?
to keep them quiet.
They're open space.
I'm just,
The reason why we have residential is lower because people are around.
Living there.
In open space, people aren't around. Why
Right,
do we need to make
because-
this? Why is this change still being discussed?
because you're going to be comparing ambient noise levels to potential noise disturbances.
I
It's just
think what-
defining that you're wanting to keep the levels
Can you,
lower.
maybe if you could just repeat the areas, because maybe we could just include the library and the health centers and leave out the open space
What about the cemetery?
and the cemetery. We could leave out the cemetery and open space, but maybe include the health, could you just repeat them again, please?
Why leave out the
Health
cemetery?
centers,
Tony, a point of clarification, I think we're suggesting that we might want to keep it quieter in those places, and I don't know why you would want to have any noise in a cemetery.
but there's no one,
It defeats the purpose of why we delineate them, because it needs to be quieter in residential sections where
that's the
people
whole
are.
idea, is that people
It's the
want less
entire point
noise
of delineating them.
in their residentials.
Aren't-
If you're in an open space, then you can make a little more noise because there's not many people around you.
So
I'm in the middle of it.
No.
I have a different
versus
idea
on my
about
deck.
cemeteries.
Yeah.
There's a distinct difference between
Well,
who
with
can hear that noise.
we call out cemetery because they don't have their own district, so it would be all residential districts and the grounds of any school,
school.
hospital, house of worship, or library while the same is in use, and any cemetery,
So
if
I'm
you don't
gonna-
want to do open space.
of worship. So let me make an amendment that all we're going to include in this would be health centers, libraries, schools, hospitals, and houses of worship.
We don't have a hospital.
Okay, well, maybe one day we will. I don't,
Could,
you know.
okay.
So those would be the 5 categories.
And I'll just say that I like including grounds of schools because there are even a recent study showing.
I got schools. I put schools in it.
Right, I know, I'm just
Oh, you're suggesting, yeah.
commenting with the effects on student learning and grades, and the noise is a deficit for the students.
Okay, the only thing I want to point out, though, is we're 4 square miles and tightly abutted. It's not Belmont that has much more space around its schools, number one. And, in the cemetery, as Kenny's pointing out, the people are dead, so they're not being disturbed. But our library is on Main Street, which is in the middle of a commercial zone. Our schools are tightly abutted in residential neighborhoods, so you might want to extend it there. But the library is on Main Street, and we have the nursing home up on Coolidge Hill Road. So I think exactly comparing Belmont to Watertown is confusing to me.
Well, again, I bring it up with the residents abutting in Watertown. We are more dense than Belmont, which is 4.7 square miles, but I would hope that a cemetery stays quiet.
Go ahead, Council.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, I think the beauty of the language that you proposed is it's very clear. Residential zoning districts, pretty much all the other zoning districts. I think as soon as you start throwing in these other things, it becomes much less clear. Health centers, is that a doctor's office? Is that a health partners?
We weren't
emergency
including that.
response place? We don't have a hospital. We do have a pet hospital. Does that count? I think it becomes much more murky, and the more we add in some things that might sound like a good idea, I think we're going to make it much more complicated.
Okay.
I'm going to let it go.
Thank you. So I'm good, yes. Last comment, then we're going to bring it back in here and vote.
Very briefly, just to add to that, one of the most miserably noisy places I've ever been is inside a hospital. I think cemeteries are places of contemplation. It would be nice to keep them quieter. There is an issue with defining these.
Okay, so unless someone makes a motion, or I'm not sure. If someone wants to change it as is, they need to make a motion, and then we need to discuss and vote on it. So either Councilor Feltner or Councilor Falkoff, if you want to make a motion on this particular one, please do so.
I don't.
I guess I'll say I'll withdraw, given I'm happy to see that at least we're putting maximum levels in the zones, so.
Okay, so then we.
I think the one thing I might, and it's really just a clerical issue that Council Feltner pointed out, is it should be residence districts as opposed to residential.
And it should say only after.
Per how it reads in the zoning ordinance.
Word only after that, which we had consensus on, I think. Right? Okay, so now we're going to this is related to this.
I'm not sure, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure you put
It's
the
bad
only in the
English.
right place. I think it's all only resident districts, or I don't.
I think if it just reads all residence districts.
Yeah,
I think that's,
Right.
Who wanted only?
Vinny.
Vinny.
oh, I didn't,
No, it's
I
already
think it's like
defined by
red
the
house, house is
zoning.
red kind of thing. I think we all get it. Whoever's reading this is going to get it.
Okay.
It matches the zoning right now.
Now we have to go to page 8 here.
Okay, so let's move on to noise standards, please. It shall be unlawful for any person or location within the town to create any loud noise or to allow creation of noise or property on least. And we have 2 standards here. The maximum allowed exterior level outlined in Table 1.
We're on page 3.
Now, this is what people asked for, some tables, asked for some zones. They also asked for some levels, and we put some times in. And I believe we took this one, Council, you read correctly, but I think we took this one straight from Belmont.
No, because Belmont, the standard is 5.
took it from somewhere.
But they're
We're just talking about the table? Is
nice,
that what we're-
nice standards.
I think the table came from Belmont. Yeah, the table came from Belmont.
Well,
Okay, so any comments on this section? Yes, first Russ, and then over here. Now, we're talking, let's see if we can do this with A and B, and, well, that's the whole thing, A and B, yes. Okay,
Or C?
go ahead, Russ.
Russ Rico, Fayette Street. Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, this is the main reason why I decided to come here tonight. First of all, I don't know how this got to this point, but to force people not to start the workday on Saturday until 10 o'clock is totally unreasonable. Now, we all know the workday starts at 7 o'clock Monday through Friday, and I can understand making it 8 o'clock on Saturday, and even on a Sunday, making it 10 o'clock. But it is so unreasonable to homeowners not allow them to do work on their property and have to wait till 10 o'clock. And then you take construction workers, okay? I mean, seriously, okay? We're supposed to be people of compassion and understanding and so forth. You know, the construction workers, they want to go home as early as possible. So they like to get their half a day on Saturday, whatever, done as quickly as possible. So if they start at 8 o'clock, they can get through at 12 or 12:30 or whatever, and then they can go home, they can spend time with their families and so forth and so on. But to force them to start their workday at 10 o'clock and then ruin their Saturday is totally unreasonable. So I'm begging you, please, change this to 8 o'clock on Saturdays, which is more than reasonable. And the other thing here is that these standards that are set in decibel levels and so forth, you know, as far as the construction companies are concerned, you may have to give them extra time, because if they have to go out and buy new equipment that has mufflers on them and everything else, I mean, leaf blowers are not that expensive, relatively speaking, but if they have to go out and buy a piece of equipment that costs $50,000, $60,000, or $100,000 for noise abatement, you got to give them some time to do that. We don't want to hurt small, independent contractors and drive them out of business because they can't afford to buy this equipment. So, you know, we got to have some heart, and we got to be reasonable. But please, I beg you, let us all start the workday on Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I want to tell you very honestly, I don't start work on a Saturday until at least 9 o'clock, because I have a lot of respect for my neighbors. But I do that by choice, because I think it's the right thing to do. Not the government comes and forces me to do something. And that's why always when I appear in front of this council, I'm sick and tired of people having the government interfere with everything. And I'll tell you, fire engines go by here. I'm in this building, the windows are closed. It doesn't bother me. But if I'm standing out on Main Street, and any of those equipment is within 200 feet of me, I have to put this like this with my ears, because it irritates my ears. I'm 70, almost 72 years old. I've lost a little bit of my hearing, okay? But I don't go asking for the government to do that. I take care of it myself, okay? So, sometimes let's not go overboard on government regulation. Okay. Listen, I want to thank you, and it's time for me to go home.
maybe it's time for a
Good night.
Here, let's all
Thanks,
go
Russ.
home.
Hey, Russ, come back.
No, he's gone.
In Reclin and Winthrop Street, I agree for some of the small business stuff on Saturday morning, but with the schools that are going, and the construction that are gonna happen in the schools, and living across the street from that, to have, this is way past my bedtime right now, if I work Monday through Friday and I'm leaving my house between 5 and 6 o'clock, and I have somebody there at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning, and I haven't had my first cup of coffee, it's a problem. So I think that within reason, but with all the major construction coming in, if we don't have an ordinance that covers us for Saturday morning, we're going to have a lot of problems.
Okay. I think it was, who else? Was Steve?
I'm sorry, I maybe out of turn. I don't understand, A, because 55, 45, any of the things in Table 1 will always be greater than 3 decibels. So I don't understand, but apparently have done away with the 10 decibels, because it says when sound exceeds the greater of either Table 1 or Table 3. or the 3 decibels.
That's a mistake.
No, it's just, so if the, so if the background noise, let's say, is measuring at 50, then the cap that you could be is 53. But if the zone that you're in is 65, then the limit's 65. So you're taking whether the background or the background and the zone will depend on how loud it can actually be.
Well, I can assure you.
Yeah, so it's not.
Going back to an earlier discussion, that 55 decibels above the background noise,
It's 3 above background noise. 55 would be the limit.
well, all right, that at times in Victory Field, it's quite quiet.
Yeah, so then it would be 55 in that
But then it'd be
situation.
55.
Yeah,
Which means anybody doing a boombox at 55 is fine.
boombox do not go 55.
Depends on what volume you put it at.
The CDC says that a normal conversation goes 60. So me and you right now, we're at 60. So anything louder than that is not allowed.
The CDC says that 10 decibels is what?
Above ambient. Increases the sound level by more than 10 decibels.
But
above ambient.
what is 10 decibels? We know that 30 decibels or 20.
We're here. Page 3. We made it to, I thought we were done with that.
Yeah, above background.
No, we haven't got there yet.
50 decibels is considerably moderately quiet. And I know that when I was on my porch the other day, when we
Yeah.
were just sitting there, it was hitting 42. When we started talking quietly, it hit about 50, 51. When I raised my voice, it started spiking at 58, the plane was 75, the car was 60.
Normal conversation, 60.
But what is 10 decibels?
10 decibels is,
It's a whisper, oh, it's breathing.
Yeah, a
Breathing.
whisper. The previous,
Breathing
the
is 10.
current regulation says that I can stop people from playing music that if is 10 decibels above the ambient level. Now, I can assure you that I'm too old for a college dorm. I cannot concentrate when I hear other music.
Yeah.
I think this,
So this-
I think this is just awful.
This,
But that's all right.
What piece
for
of,
what?
Steve, what piece is awful? I mean,
the example you described would exactly fall into this. So that situation would be prohibited under this regulation.
What would be prohibited?
The boombox or music that's being played, that'd be expressly prohibited by this language. There's no other way to say it.
Not if they keep it at 55 decibels.
Yes, so if the maximum in that situation is 55, and they're having beyond what our conversation is right now, then it would not be allowed. So I'm missing why you don't like this.
I'm trying to tell you that I cannot concentrate when I hear music in the background.
Okay, so that's, okay.
Yeah, so I'm old and cranky.
No, that's not it, just that is, we accomplish what you want in this language, but you don't like it. I'm just having trouble reconciling those two things.
go ahead.
I feel it represents a real relaxation of the standards that were there before.
So, bottom of page 3, it says number 2, 3 dB over the background sound level. But on the previous page, we defined it as, under noise pollution, as 10 dB or more above the background noise level unless it has a tonal sound. So there's a mismatch between that number 2 and how we've defined noise pollution on page number 2, so.
Vinny is hitting 60 right now as we speak, just so you know.
See,
There you go. So that needs to
is
be.
now illegal.
So I
under
think
this.
the way, under there,
Joke.
our item number 2, it needs to match what we've already defined noise to be, right? So it's either what we've already defined it as on page 2, or the maximum allowed is shown on table 1. Yeah, there's an inconsistency
I can
there.
understand what
Language.
Counselor Pizzarelli's saying. I will note that I like the table. It actually caps and puts the max sound levels for daytime and nighttime in these two different zones. It's much lower than what we had before. Before it was, these are the times you can make as much noise as you're allowed. Just so you know, Boston's overnight limit is 50 decibels, and they don't allow over 70 basically at all, even for construction. So, and this table is the same as what is, I think, taken right out of Belmont's ordinance.
But
for the-
Councilor Picciarelli is right. We
The
need
two
to make
zones,
it-
but otherwise,
Why do
yeah,
we
I
even
think
need
that's a simple fix to just,
Why do we need to? Why not just go with the table? Why do we need the alternative of 3 decibels? Like that-
Because that's what the current ordinance currently says.
That's for total sound.
But right, I'm saying, but right, it needs to, right, it needs to be, there's 2 elements to it. So if you go back to page 2, where it says noise pollution, find either 10 dB above ambient, or 3 dB above ambient if it's a tonal sound. That's what this number 2 should say. You're missing half of it.
10
so-
10 dB.
And it should be the lesser of.
Well, it's what it says. It's.
No, it says the greater of.
Well, if the ordinance allows you to make certain noise, then it makes, that's the way.
I'm sorry, it says what's prohibited is something that exceeds the greater of these 2 levels. And it should be, it exceeds the lesser of the 2 levels.
You know, so that's saying, in that zone, you're allowed a level up to 55 dBA.
Yes.
If you're at 55 dBA or more background noise, then you can't exceed that by 3 dBA. Otherwise, you can, if you're below 55 dBA, you're okay. Make sense? Or it is the greater?
Well, it's 58.
I'm sorry, whatever the number, I didn't bring it.
No, I mean, it's 55, so it's 55 plus 3 is 58. I'm agreeing with you.
Or if the background noise was 60 dBA, just because, for whatever reason, it's loud, then you could go no more than 3 dBA above that.
Or depending on which page you're reading.
So any other comments on this section? Yes, I'm sorry, both, either, go ahead, why don't you go first? Now, there's a lot in this section, there's, so, maybe we should just, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I guess I'm still a little bit concerned about the duration thing, and I know that you say it's defined as 5 minutes. But I do think that there is different kinds of duration, and, there's, Somerville kind of does it again, where it sort of defines their standards a little bit more and how they consider their standards. So they talk about whether the noise is recurrent, intermittent, or constant, the nature of the noise and that kind of thing. And I guess I just feel like it needs to be fleshed out a little bit. They also have a chart about duration of sound, and they are the only ones that do this. I was looking for it in other towns, and they don't have it, but I think it is really good. I don't know if theirs applies directly to ours, but it seems to us in Watertown, but it does seem like it should be considered somehow, and there should be a little more language in there.
And, yeah, I'm sorry, yes, sorry, I was just looking for something.
So forgive me, I'm still a little bit unclear on this section where it says not to exceed the greater of. Could somebody give me an example maybe of a situation where 3 dB above, where the background sound level would exceed 55 or 65 dBA?
Yeah, so like on Main Street, if there's heavy traffic in the morning, let's say that could be up to 75. If, let's say, there's big trucks coming by and everyone's honking their horns, and so the maximum allowable in that situation would be 78, because even if I was playing my radio at 60, you wouldn't be able to hear it over the din of the traffic.
Right.
That kind of situation.
Okay. I just want to underscore this all about health, right? So we should be aiming for suppressing noise, not allowing excess.
Any other comments? Okay, so can the committee now look at, oh, I'm sorry.
If you want to take up A and B separately, or you want to just take up H first, then go to B?
So on A, we are updating to make sure that Councilor Picciarelli's comment about the sound levels match.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair
Okay.
to start with.
And I just, before we get to that, just to point, because as I was going back to make sure the language was correct, in definition section, in tonal sound, we removed the language about judged by a listener. So then we have to remove it in noise pollution too. So we need to change it to be if the noise source is a tonal sound as defined below. So we removed the judged by an ear.
Well, I would assume you were going to do that when you rewrote the
Yeah.
the tonal sound definition.
Okay, I'm sorry to
I
interrupt.
assumed that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't explicit, you guys should agree that
Yeah.
that needed to be fixed. I thought it was implicit, but
So what was the answer? Are we doing A and B sequentially or all together?
They're kind of related.
I
I
don't-
prefer to do them together.
I don't really think so.
no. If you're
Well-
done with A, I mean,
The thing on,
So
I'm
how do
sorry.
we-
if
What
you
is
agree
the?
on A, then we can move to B.
Can
Exactly
we,
the question
can you
on
make,
B.
can you just explain it again, Counselor? I'm looking for Bill, I mean, what are we changing, please?
So 95.06A2 will now read 10 dBAs or more above the background noise level, or 3 dBAs above background noise level for tonal sounds.
Okay,
So then it's consistent with the definition of noise pollution.
okay. So that would end up being 95.06A2.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And do people, can you, I'm going to just write it into as everybody else is. Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So 9506A2 will now read 10 dBA or more above the background noise level, or 3 dBA above background noise level for tonal sounds.
Don't you want to add unless the background noise level is less than 45? Because then none of this applies.
Right, that's number one.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
this
the
is
other part.
two. One is, it's one or the change I just read for two. So I was just reading two because one remains the same.
All I'm saying is you've just defined noise pollution quite differently. It's 10 decibels above background noise unless the background noise is less than 35 decibels. Because the moment it's less than 35 decibels, the maximum applies.
That's why it says the greater of those two things.
That's right. And that's why I thought it should not be agreed with those two things. That my understanding had been that the absolute levels were to make, well, basically to say, if you're in a situation where it's very difficult to measure ambient background noise and so forth, you could basically have a top. But this is quite different from that. And apparently what you want.
What do we say?
I'm sorry, I'm
So be great.
getting maybe a little burnt here, so.
Sorry, if we're opening to comments on this section.
What?
Said if we're opening it to comments on this.
Yes.
Well, did you make whatever comment you want?
I had a bunch of questions on paragraph B.
Yeah, could we wait on B, because I do too.
B is going to be very complicated. We're going to be here for another
Yeah,
hour on
we're-
paragraph B.
we're
So if
missing
you
a lot
want to,
on-
like, dispatch
on B.
paragraph A, it probably makes sense to do that.
Okay, is there any other suggestions on paragraph A?
May I just say one thing, Tony?
Sure.
The World Health Organization, just speaking to Stephen's point, recommends to protect the majority from being moderately annoyed, the noise level should not exceed 50 dBA. And at night, they have the 45 dBA. To protect the majority of people from being seriously annoyed during the daytime, the level from steady continuous noise in outdoor living areas should not exceed 55. So it seems that you are following the World Health Organization levels. But,
Thanks to Belmont.
well, you know, this is being moderately annoyed versus being seriously annoyed. So they are saying over 55, you're being seriously annoyed. That's all I'm saying.
Are you saying my voice at 60 dB is seriously annoying?
Sorry.
I've been told that,
Counselor.
but anyway.
Counselor?
Yeah, so if just focusing on A, I just want to present a scenario and just confirm with this committee that what the scenario I'm presenting would be a violation and would be considered noise pollution. So I have a small deck in the front of my house, and me and my wife eat dinner on there, weather permitting. So if I'm out there at 7 o'clock at night, I'm in a residential zone, and I live next to Ridgelawn, so it's pretty quiet over here. So usually it's 55, in this situation, it'd be 55 dBA would be the amount that that's the noise cap I have. So if we're out eating dinner and having a conversation, we're at 60, as we just demonstrated with Vinny. So now, me having dinner on my deck is a violation of the noise ordinance.
At the property line.
At the property line. That is,
My deck's right on the property line.
if you're talking loud enough for me to hear, as though you and I were talking, it's a violation.
Talking exactly as how loud Vinny talked 10 minutes ago. I think that this example demonstrates that these levels are an absolute joke.
So it's not 65?
That situation is absurd, and it's real. That's a complete accurate description. So just saying, that's what we're talking about right now. These levels will have a profound effect on how folks use their property and the things they're allowed to do on their property because they're so low. I'd advocate raising them at least 10 dB above where they are now, so we can have get beyond the conversation piece. Because again, just talking about situation A here, that's insane. If you're sitting, maybe you have a deck on the side of your house and there's a street that immediately abuts it, same thing. You can have a dinner party, you can have 3 people having a conversation outside without being in violation of the noise ordinance. That's ridiculous. And that's what's gonna be here. If I have a neighbor that doesn't like me, they can just call up and be like, oh, yep, they're violating again. Like this is gonna be a situation where if you have a neighbor, you can use this at any point because they're always gonna be violating it if they're having a conversation. So we need to address these limits. Absolutely. Literally, if the kids behind my house play basketball, I could call on them every day. It's a joke. It really does eliminate simple, mundane, everyday things are now a violation of the noise ordinance with these levels.
Can I just do, if I could just make a follow-up to Kenny? So, Belmont is a little bit bigger town. They have much bigger lots and things are different. The average two-family lot size in Watertown is 5,000 square foot. The average housing lot in Belmont's 10,000 square foot.
Exactly, we're stacked.
So I guess, would the law of unintended consequences be, like, again, if kids are out in the backyard, and kids run around and scream and talk, do we want to have neighbors calling the police because children are playing in their backyard and making more than 55 dB of noise at the property line? And again, you think about, you're 20 feet from, it's the typical two-family lot is 100 feet by 50 feet. So if you're standing in the middle of the backyard, you're 25 feet from the property line. And so I guess, we just want to be clear that, do we really want to make certain illegal behaviors that may have unintended consequences?
Obviously, I'm advocating no.
Okay, I got it now.
Yes.
I got it.
Sorry.
Okay, yes.
Sorry, you should go to the mic just so the folks
Sure,
don't
come on.
hear.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
And we don't want to give Vinny the mic too long. Yeah.
So I just want to go back about your example. And I understand exactly what you're talking about. Last Saturday, I have, the people across the street from me have a pool, and they
Same behind
had,
me.
and they had a bunch of kids out there. They had music playing, and, it was during the day, and, it was noisy, but, it's summertime, and, it's fine. I don't think most people will do that, but like you said, if you got a neighbor who's ornery and doesn't like you or something, they could do something like that. However, I do want to say that to what Susan was talking, when you mentioned at the very beginning, when you're speaking, your voice is modulating and going up and down. And most of these things are talking about a constant noise level that rises above a certain thing, whereas most people's conversation will not be a constant level. And even kids playing in a yard isn't going to be a constant level. It's going to go up and down.
Sorry, it's measured over the average of 5 minutes. Probably should have mentioned that in duration. So,
Right.
yeah, so even if there's ups and lows, as long as that average does it.
I'm not sure that the measurement
Yeah.
would really come to that. Do you know what I mean? If you're talking about that kind of stuff, because, kids will run around and they'll scream and then they'll be quiet for 2 seconds. So I think it would average out to not being that big a
So
deal.
the harmless, pool party that was next to your house, that would be a violation of the noise ordinance under the proposal right now.
Well, it might be, but if you
Yeah.
went to measure it, it may not be, because it's modulating. It's modulated sound. So
As long as someone's talking, it's above 55 in residential. So as long as someone's talking, you're violating it.
but you got to take an average
Yeah,
in
the
5 minutes.
Like, we're violating it right now, if we were outside.
Maybe, maybe not, because our voices, if I talk low, it maybe not, because that would change the
Yeah,
average.
but like, we're just talking normal, we shouldn't have to be like, talking like this
I
on
just
our
think you're
property."
belaboring the point. I think it's better to have it lower, and I think it's better to keep it that way, so.
Okay, final comment, then I think we're going to actually close out the meeting.
So I think it's important to make a distinction between the kinds of sounds that are the sounds of the rich texture of city life that we enjoy hearing. We like hearing other people's voices, by and large, unless you work until 3 a.m. and you're trying to sleep in case you have a problem. But, I mean, there are sounds that enhance our life because they're the sound of culture, they please us on some level, usually. And then there's this whole other class of sounds, which are the ones we really care about, which are those really aggressive, intrusive, mechanical sounds. Those are the ones we really want to address, right? Just want to make that point.
Okay, so we're going to move this into the committee level now, and then we're going to have some committee discussion, and then I think we'll just kind of close up the meeting. So we're looking at this A portion. We've made one change, which I don't know, I assume we agree with it, because it was to make the ordinance consistent, and that was
Yeah.
10 dBAs or more above the noise level, and 3 dBAs above the tonal noise. Is that right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, general consensus on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that now the change. So Counselor Feltner, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I was just going to say, with any ordinance, there's some common sense, and I think that there's going to be common sense applied by the police and the health department, by neighbors. Yes, you might get some ornery neighbors, but the police, by and large, do a great job with different personalities, putting things in context. I've used sound meters. The voice does modulate. I don't really think we need to be overly concerned with that. At the same time, if there is someone habitually partying and really causing a problem or harassing, screaming kids hanging out in the same house at the same time every day, I think the police would address that. And they can point to this. They might address it anyway. But again, I will just point out that Boston limits the overnight hours at 50 dBA. That's the city of Boston. And over 70, not allowed unless exceptions for construction, and they have that. And then you get into durations and that. So I'll just say personally, I'm not too worried about overzealous enforcement or complaints when it comes to conversations. And personally, I'm also really happy to see that we have finally come up with some max levels and zones.
Okay. Other folks? Counsel?
I do have concerns that some people in town could weaponize the noise ordinance. I don't think it's all that far-fetched to think that, that somebody could use that. So I think it's vitally important that, it protects people, but also there's, some common sense, like you said, built in there, because unfortunately, if something's a violation, then technically it's a violation. I know that Councilor Palumbo, and we're not going to get there until, our next meeting, but, I think he had the foresight to, in the penalty section, to build in a warning. So I guess, the police would have the discretion to issue a warning, but after that, then I think their discretion, according to the ordinance, runs out. I'm glad, I know that this was the two things that a lot of people pushed for were the maximums and the zones. They're here. I hope people like them. I would support Councilor Woodland's idea of increasing each of them to hopefully prevent somebody from using the ordinance as a weapon. So I would be in favor of his suggestion of increasing each of the maximums by the 10 decibels.
And Councilor Woodland, are you talking about all?
Yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah.
nighttime too?
Yeah, and that's a misnomer about the Boston thing. The Boston thing's only 50 between 11 and 7, 11 at night to 7 a.m. So we're actually lower than that. Just throwing that out there.
That's what I said, 50 and 70.
That's what she said.
That was what she said.
Okay.
Yeah, she
Go ahead.
wasn't identified as the nighttime hours.
So I know that you didn't put anything in about duration, and I think that that's something we might want to consider. There's the tables in the Somerville regulations, and on page 8 of this document. And I feel like it's too late to think about how to do it, but I do think duration matters.
Duration.
I mean, you were talking about,
Oh, right, we took that off, I didn't use that, right.
you know, is it jackhammer, if it's going to go for a minute and then not again for an hour, that's one thing. But if it's going to be at 90 decibels for a solid hour, or 2 hours, or 3 hours, that's something else again. I'm thinking of the poor people on Templeton Parkway who had to listen when Salisbury Road was being dug up, and the duration was large, yes. So,
You're suggesting that we add in, we took this from Belmont, but we did not include duration, which you're saying we should consider the duration in the Somerville ordinance?
yes, yes.
And then Councilor Woodland is suggesting that we raise the DBA 10 decibels.
Yes.
And
That's what I'm suggesting.
Well, if you look
I
at the,
think there's something about having an ordinance that, you know, I have to agree with Councilor Donato. If you're going to have an ordinance, then people can use it. I mean,
well, if you look at the duration, it recognizes that why that's important is because at those higher levels, you can limit the duration and the effect. I mean, just going by 10 dB, it doubles the impact of the noise pollution. So I think there's more work to do, and duration is important. It's also important when it comes to car alarms or emergent, garage alarms and other things. So,
But we're not talking about alarms. I'm talking about
well,
conversation.
but when we get there, because as Petrelli noticed, that this next section B, there's things missing. It's complicated. We need to save it for another time. And duration and levels are important. I'll just say that.
I just want it to be clear that everyone in this committee understands that people talk about 60, and we're saying that 55 is the limit. So you'd be effectively banning outside conversations with this approval of this level. So I just want that to be understood by the committee. Thank you.
I thought that when we put this appendix piece in, we said that 80 decibels is considered annoying, 50 is considered moderately quiet. So you're saying if we're talking, we're at the 50?
We're at 60.
We're at the 60.
It depends on how many, the volume, the modulation, the duration.
So I think we reached a point where, as counselors, I think we need to go back and consider this. Any last-minute suggestions, because we thought we had a pretty good approach here, and looks like we still have some work to do, and we will consider, Councilor Donato and I will consider putting in durations.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because, again, what Council Palumbo and I did was take the comments from our previous meeting, and that's what framed our changes. So I guess I would like to know if the direction from the committee as a whole, is to look at, add another column for duration, because we weren't
Sure.
given that guidance last time.
Well, yeah, we said duration, time, levels, and, what, there were 4 things. Duration, time, levels, zones. So we missed the,
Durations.
3 out of 4.
That's fine. I don't remember the duration.
That's pretty good, right? Counselor,
If I just, one last comment about duration. So, under definitions, 95.02, we've been talking about the 5-minute rule. The 5-minute rule only applies to measuring the ambient noise, not the noise pollution.
Oh, we definitely need to clarify it then.
So I would suggest, respectfully suggest that the committee consider under 95.04, you've got paragraphs A, B, C, D, and E, that would be a good place to sort of define the noise pollution as a duration. Because think of it like slamming a car door. Well, slamming a car door may be 100 dB. It's only for, a half a second. So is that noise pollution or not? That's sort of, versus a squeaky compressor wheel, pulley on a compressor, which is squeaking that tonal sound at 60 dB, 24 hours a day, nonstop, which will drive you crazy. So not all noises are the same, and, I think maybe that you need to put, when we ask the responding authority, whether it's the police or the health department, to come in under 95.04 to measure the noise, as Marcia had pointed out, kids playing in the backyard, we would want to say average that noise measurement over the same 5 minutes. So yes, kids screaming, they may scream really loud. So anyway, I would strongly suggest you consider putting in the duration under
duration.
95.04.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, Tony, that on my porch, it's 41, or in my backyard, so at 55, that's quite an increase in sound when, we live in a quiet area. So 55, I think, is a very reasonable level. I think your level might be higher on Main Street, but also we're echoing in here off these walls and everything else.
You might want to ask Somerville and Belmont if they've seen a lot of weaponizing before you get really overly concerned with these hypotheticals.
Tony?
Okay, I'm ready to close the meeting.
I'd like to
Last
ask,
comments?
well, a question. I volunteered to look at those 17 things from Somerville, and I know you guys are going to be working on the draft, and I really appreciate your work. Would you like me to take that off of your plate, or
I don't mind.
is that okay?
I mean, I'm happy to type them up, because it needs to be incorporated in this, and then if there's anything glaring, I'll make, there's a reference to Alderman, which obviously isn't, I can make those changes, and then I guess
Okay, if you want to do it.
I'll just
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
Thank you for the offer, it might simplify things.
So, I want to, we're going to close them, yes?
I just had a quick question. So I guess it'll be another meeting at which we'll continue about the noises associated in the times that people can start making noise and all that?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you want to stay for another 2 or 3 hours.
So all those in favor, make a motion, someone make a motion.
Make a motion
Make
to
a
adjourn.
motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for.